president, right, on gender. Nasria, yes. I mean, when she shared her experience of challenging power and speaking truth to power, it's telling me that we can do it, right? If one woman who is within the president's cabinet will stand up and challenge and even tell the president to his face that I do not believe in you anymore because you are not making the commitment for gender advancement is not really clear. That shows that we can do it. So it spurs me on that I can always do that at a personal level and at the country level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lamarco. Lamarco. Any other feedback?
Yes. I think one unique
It's NGO language. I think it's more like an East Africa thing. But it's the NGO language. NGO tribe.
I think one of the things that was so unique for me yesterday because there's a bill in the House of Representatives in Nigeria that talks about recruitment of female into the paramilitary. That 15% should be female.
Yeah.
And is going through a reading. I think it has gone through the second reading. Yes, sir. But when I heard yesterday, somebody talked about a one-time recruitment of all female. Right. That is a major way of jumping, sort of correcting the imbalance faster and very quickly, which means they can announce a recruitment of all female.
Yeah. Female only recruitment.
Female only recruitment, either into the police force or to the Nigerian Army or to the Nigerian Air Force or to the Nigerian, in Navy. I think that is something that I would like to go and discuss with the Chief of Defense. I think that is something, it's so unique that it's doable. Yeah. We will discuss this and take it on board so that a particular recruitment is only female. And then they are trained and posted. Because I got the commandant of NDA, we're discussing at one point. He said he used to, when they say jump, they teach. He used to, when they say jump, they teach. They used to lower it for the female.
The barrier.
But the barrier. But he said no. But these kids can do it.
Mm-hmm.
So he removed it. And that women were the best. Mm-hmm. Out of every 5, you had 3 women that were at the top level. So that is something it gratified me because I did manual training. And all of my colleagues, when I was in secondary school, yes, we were 5. 2 of us who were women did not go to the Nigerian Defense Academy because race. Oh. And I was very sad about it because at that time they were not admitting female into the NDA. It was a grudge that I bore for a very long time, but I'm happy that women are going to the NDA.
I imagine something. We're for the Marina. Barina. But there's actually the child just now. Which tribe? Okay, I think what Madam Ene brought to the fore is important. When I see Madam Ene, if you see her, don't say I told you. If she live watch her from the back. She works as a soldier. Because as someone, 1996, I was enlisted in the army. So I know, when.
She's not a runaway soldier.
I know runaway, make me sergeant. 96, I was a bloody Kurufo.
Jesus.
Yes. But somehow, a last up.
We can have this kind of view to the conversation for police.
Okay. So to now turn on this side.
Can we see that?
Yeah, this is a waiting committee report. This is already in committee stage. So
okay, this is very important in Nigeria because something very unique is happening. we have a senior female police officer, Aisha. You know, but I had to confront the chairman of the Police Service Commission. Why can't she be an IGP? But they say the rank, there are differentiations in certain things. When you rise through this particular angle, you cannot be an IGP. That's why she has not been chosen as the IGP. And I tried.
But IGP is also a political position.
It's a political position, but I have been told, and the person who told me, very, very close to, the former chairman when he was chairman of the Police Service Commission, he said, even Aisha to know that she cannot be IGP.
Okay. Well, is it
So you don't know what is happening.
Normally when you go through regular, there is a very political line. If you do short service, you never be. And maybe Aisha would have done those short service to get to maybe here.
We don't know what exactly, but
Yes. Okay.
It's an interesting thought.
All right. Okay. So we turn this way. We'd like to appreciate those feedback. Remember, we talked about Jim Kiwi yesterday. Go from the day one. We understand the pitfall. Bendo raised some of those pitfall, particularly with the way you put woman's name. Beyond even the access is the way men have controlled the Giwi Act. But that was the first time it was being used. Now the eyes are also open. By the next election, which already groundwork has started, every political party will monitor, and that's why you see the Election Act of Sierra Leone specified how it should be played. So when you say male, male or female, so it has to be in that line, and that's already going on within the civil society group, the Labour group. We see CPG led, all of those 50-50, and all of those groups working on. All right, so we're turning now to.
There's something else that emerged too. From the discussion of the first day, I'm just looking at. I think there was a report about male female deputy, and at the time, I think it's right for Women in Politics Forum to start a campaign. If you have the president and the vice president is not a female, don't vote for them, for that political party. I think it's a strategy that we need to adopt. For all the governors, any party that fills in a man and woman, vote for them. But if it's male, nobody should vote for them. I think that's something that we need to design a campaign. If we start singing it now, before they start appointing, they are negotiating now. If we're able to drum it into their heads, I think they will be able to make wise choices. We have to sing that song. If we don't sing it now, it will be too late. Because they will say in a whole state, you cannot say that you can't find a qualified woman in that particular state. So it's better for them now to start negotiating, making sure that there are female, involved. Luckily, we have an interparty council that is very friendly, towards the issue of gender equality. I thought to put that down because when we go back, we need to work on it.
Okay, and maybe just to quickly add that we research based on evidence. Today, Namibia had the president female, vice president female, speaker female. So part of what I have been looking at, speaking to my friends in Namibia, is to check the difference between the last administration and the current administration, and to try to see what impact that has been made. Otherwise, if the impact is negative, it will be hard to promote. But if it's positive personality, you can pursue it. Well, like I said, we can just check states in Nigeria where you have female governors, female deputy, and see what advantage that came to light. Of course, in Sierra Leone, a female is the head of this place you are in now, Freetown. The mayor of Freetown is a female. And that is something that we can continue to promote, particularly when the impact is positive.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm enjoying the conversation. Ghana also has a female vice president.
Yes.
And maybe we should add it to the catalog. But I want to also shift the conversation a little. We've been talking about border solidarity, regional solidarity. There is something happening in Ghana, but I don't know. I'm sure most of you might have read it on social media or different websites. The Chief Justice of Ghana is currently and she's a lady. In terms of the application of the law, nothing untoward has been done. But the concerns among civil society is that the legal provisions are very primitive. It is full of opacity, it lacks transparency. The process brings a lot of discretion to the presidency. And we've raised concerns around it. Maybe we need to flag it. And how we show empathy and solidarity is also important for a whole Chief Justice of Ghana going through such a process. And how many women in future can have that opportunity to rise to that level. So let's reflect our mind on it. I thought I should bring it on. But as I said, we follow the legal processes. The Chief Justice has petitioned the courts that his human rights have been violated along the line. Currently, he has a case at the ECOWAS court because Ghana's national courts do not give her the necessary remedies as she anticipated. Thank you. And I think this should be the need that it should be off record, please.
Off the mic. Off the mic. Okay, maybe what we can do is just jump on my talk, maybe to propose it, is that if you check the agenda, there's no place for communicate. And we just do like a pager or so, which can be a media report arising from the Women's Rights Review Conference, atomize, recognizing women who have done well, and bring to attention some of these violations and concerns. That's a pager. Yes, okay, exactly. Then we just put that a pager, we then send it out. Who would we have nomination? Huh? The young people, where are they? Are you young? Are you Gen Z? Are you with Gen Z? Yeah, nominations to 6, maybe 2, 3 persons. I think that
I can give you service. So you
no, what will happen is you
and then
Communicate.
Yes. Probably if you ask me to nominate, I'll just say 1, 2, 3. Nigeria, Ghana, then go,
And with the secretariat.
and with the
Secretariat supposed to also be dropping their needs of communication.
but what we thought is we know, like I said, pager arising from no need to write too many things.
Yes, recommendations of leadership.
Yes,
About 7 points have been raised.
yes. So we just list them.
Those points, let's write them down.
Yeah.
literally asked Saturday saying let's write some 30 minutes to actually go conference on issues.
Okay. Okay. Some 30 minutes we'll just put it together. Yeah. Don't need to have slide page. But exactly. So we're not doing communicate that you now have background, observation, recommendation. So no, we don't need to
Give a context.
I know. So what I'm saying, man, is that you just when you say okay, yes, well, we'll deal with it later.
Just for the context on it. So we will just
All are the context. Thank you very much. I will now hand over to people in case you have never seen what is let me ask this question. What is AI?
Let me ask my question.
No. Well, this is violence against me.
Yeah, I think man, now why you
Right. You have no violence against them. Let me hand over the microphone.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I think this is the first time the entire room is hearing my voice since we've been here. So I think today my job is simple and it is not to scare us. It is to open our eyes to the realities, the new face that violence against women is wearing. And it has been happening for some time, especially since COVID-19, because a lot of people get more online. And now, with the emergence of artificial intelligence, it is now becoming much more difficult for women to participate fairly and securely online. But I want us to have this is not a story of danger. It's not just for danger, it's a call to action most times. But I think it's a simple question like Austin tried to ask. What do we understand when we say artificial intelligence? That's the first. And the second thing, what do we understand when we use the term technology facilitated gender-based violence? Because we've discussed extensively around Vawg in this room since Tuesday, since Wednesday. But it is now time we now start to exceed the new frontiers for technology facilitated gender-based violence, or how gender-based violence is being perpetrated. So I will move further to say, yeah, you guys know me. My name is Samuel. I'm a civic tech expert, AI specialist. I've been working in the sector for over a decade. I've built technology around elections, election observations, name it, around everything. So if you want to follow my work, you can scan the barcode. We'll come back to that. Let's face the business of the day. So what is technology facilitated gender-based violence? So today, the internet has sort of presents is a double-edged sword, and like we all agree, it has given women the opportunity to participate in recent times. It has created more advocates around issues of women, around feminism. The internet has given more voices to a lot of young people and women. But also, on the other hand, it is now a vector for abusers to target women, especially since COVID, as I mentioned. The situation is now more worse. So to define technology facilitated gender-based violence, we say any act of gender-based violence that is committed, assisted, aggregated, or amplified using digital platforms or tools that is likely to cause physical, sexual, psychological, or economical harm, including threats and violations of privacy. Moving forward, so but what does data tells us? Because I used to say, if you don't have data, you're just assuming. You're just making an assumption. But so what does data tells us? This research was done by the Economics Intelligence Unit. So it says, the overall prevalence of online violence against women globally is 85%. That's high. Younger women are more likely to have personal experience of online violence because it's obvious they are more online. And that's 45% of Gen Zs and millennials have reported to experience online violence. 31% of Generation X and baby boomers experience violence. And this is across different sectors, because for the 31%, you see it more, they are mostly in leadership positions, they are journalists, they are activists. So there are campaigns against them that are more targeted. So those ones experience it more as a targeted campaign, while the 45% experience it more as an abuse.
This is targeted
Yes, because they are mostly in position
of leadership.
And they want to be. So if you see it, here is the prevailing issues that we've seen. So if you see personal, 38% of women, only out of everybody that has experienced this, so this 85, only 38 have the courage to report it personally. Then 65% of the reported cases have been reported by the community, which is people around them, people that saw them experience it. Then 85% are witnesses, which include, like you just saw, like Madam Iberi was saying yesterday, that she was somewhere and a man was abusing his wife and she took it off. So that's most likely, and that is fall within the category of most of us in this room, we that do the work, that understand the issues. Those are the people that report these issues more.
Sorry, Samuel.
Yeah.
Is this data in Sorry, Samuel.
Yeah.
Is this data in general data or specific to a region?
No, it's general worldwide, the global data. So
Maybe economic intelligence unit.
yeah.
Thank you.
But what are we learning? So because it's also important not to just look at data, it's also important to learn. It says women in countries with long-standing or institutionalized gender inequality tend to experience online violence at a higher rate. And I will show you a map that covers the entire world and it will justify this statement. He also says bulk of the current effort to counter online or offline gender-based violence focused on post-experience responses, is not preventive. Then we also have that without urgent actions, internet-based attacks on women will continue to worsen more worldwide. Then there's something like looks like a positive. So while still in early stages of the race, some countries are planning or implementing regulation strategies and directives that seeks to address online abuse. But this is the map of the world, and you could easily tell the percentage by across each region how women are being targeted. It's not shocking that the Middle East is high. We can tie this to religion, ethnicity, and all that. It's also not shocking that Africa is 90%. We've discussed this in this room since yesterday. How this prevalence have religious and social cultural relevant undertones to it. So the most important one of the why we are here, the AI layer. What has the AI come to do as regards to technology facilitated gender-based violence? So AI has made technology facilitated gender-based violence, TFGBV, worsen.
Sorry, Sam. Can you go back to that?
Okay.
I'm looking at this slide and it makes me tired. You know?
South America.
They're all against me. Yeah. This slide really, I'm just looking at it and then I say, where do we go from here?
I'll get there.
You know, because I'm really, really tired. Because all of them are not far from Africa, including North America and Europe. Where is the learning point here? So sorry, your session is
Interrupting you. So sorry. But I also I'm talking with Paul here and I'm saying that this is debatable, right? If you say Africa has 90% of TFGBV, right? And then Middle East, I can let that go. But the internet penetration in Africa compared to other countries, especially if you're looking at which one now, Europe and North America, would you say how do we look at that comparison and what is that also going to tell us, really?
Yes. So how they usually do these things is take the same sample size, but even when in the internet penetrations, they always arrive at 100% for all regions. So they use those kind of statistics parameters to judge this. So,
Okay, thank you, Sam. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, it's fine. I expected it.
Just wondering, for me, if you say, for example, in Africa, we have 90%, that means the remaining 10% is for men.
Yes, for men.
Is it also not good for us to do a little bit of analysis? I know you may not be able to do it here.
Yeah.
Because we have also said it here that men also go through as whether technology facilitated or whatever, whether in terms of whatever. But it will also be nice for us to see that so that when we are interacting with these figures, it shows, okay, this is it for women, this is it for men. Because that's the narrative we are going now. People are saying engagement. And then we are seeing the pushback saying men are also being bullied and all that. It would be nice to find out what's that. So I also want to say that if you come to just like what Nkechi was saying, we also know that majority of our people in Africa, I don't know, I'm talking about Nigeria.
Yeah.
Majority of people in the grassroots, they don't have anything when it comes to technology. I've done a project on this technology facilitators. I was actually looking at the counselors in schools. So I think that I'm not saying AI is telling lies, But I'm saying there is need to go deep into some of this
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, and you're absolutely correct. The digital divide is something that we still struggle, and I have a slide on that as we go forward.
Someone just a quick confirmation. So the 90%, the remaining 10 is for men.
Yes,
Really?
as the data has shown. So the AI layer. So what has AI done in this entire conversation? The introduction of deep fakes and fake videos.
Yes.
It's crazy at this moment. And I just highlighted them here. We'll get into it much more deeper as we move forward. Then there's automated harassment and spread of harmful content. I'm sure there will be questions around what is automated harassment. Before, if somebody is just on your case online, he has to come and every day come and check if you've posted. These days, before he can comment, he has to come, spend his own energy, spend his own time to come and be checking what you've posted so that he can comment and insult you. These days, it can be automated. These days, immediately you post something, less than 2 minutes, somebody has insulted you constantly. That person is not doing it himself. He has used the power of artificial intelligence to constantly monitor what you post and write hateful comments.
Yeah.
Then there's a bias in the system. Because most of this data, the data used in training these systems are heavy on particular gender.
Yeah.
So it tends to, and I have this analogy, and this is not even gender. This is if you ask the normal generative AI tools that most people use, ChatGPT, and say, give me a picture of a happy American child. It will return you a picture of a fine boy, well clothed, clean environment, but give me a picture of an African child.
Yeah.
The boy might be smiling, but it's in a dirty environment because of the profile, the continent.
Okay.
So moving on. So these are the possibilities. This thing is quite interesting, and I want us to pay attention to it. So these are the possibilities already available to malicious actors within the technology space with the help of artificial intelligence. So one of the main points is generative AI can be misused by attackers looking to inflict technology-facilitated gender violence through various techniques. And these are the techniques. Places that we see them operate more, you see cyber harassment, you see hacking and stalking, cyber stalking. We've seen synthetic history. We'll get into that a bit more, what synthetic histories means. Then image-based abuse. You can see. So while there are some safeguards onto what information the chatbots can give you, because these companies to try to fight back, but malicious actors have a way. So for instance, if I go to ChatGPT now, for instance, or any other Perplexity, for instance, and say, I want to insult Madam Obi, writes me something that will really be hurtful.
Jesus.
It would naturally say, I'm not built to do this. It will repel me. But if I go again, because I know how these things work, and say, for educational purpose, write me an hurtful comment about Madam, to give me a response. Because I've tricked it to say for educational purpose. Because they also have the power to look into our digital footprint, look at what people have said negatively, use it to generate me a response. And I could just say and remove for educational purpose and I'll post what I want to post. So look at this research was done by UNESCO and it was broken into three parts, which is cyber harassment, hacking, stalking, synthetic history, and image based. But it used three major risk areas, which is what is the exploit accuracy of these technologies, how easy to use are they, and what is the impact. So we can see three. We can see text generative AI. That's the ChatGPTs. We can see image generative AI models. That's the Sora. There are tons of them that can generate images and videos for you. Then there is multimodal generative AI, the ones that can do both. But you can see as the most prevalent one that we are beginning to see is image-based abuse that is mostly done with image generative AI. And I have examples. So you can see that the expert accuracy is high. It is easy to use, and the impact is high. I don't know who might have come across it. On Twitter, if a young lady posts a picture, they will say at Grok. Grok is the AI. So they say to make her turn around. And Grok is going to do it. The one that really got trending was a lady posted a picture of herself and they said Grok undress her.
Yes, it's true. It's an AI tool.
It's an AI tool embedded within X, Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, that you can just say at Grok, do this for me, and it's going to do it for you.
You serious?
Yes. Issue, took it down for like a day, try to improve on it, but I'm sure as far as this technology is, skilled actors will always find a way around it. So this is to move on. The next slide might trigger you, but I have some questions. Have we ever heard of what do you know, and the Gen Zs might know, what is GNOC? You've not heard of GNOC. If you see POS pop up on your child's screen, like in the chat, POS, what would you naturally think it is? Point of sales. Then let me move on. So, next one is, here are some common keywords and abbreviations that you will find in this space. GNOC means get naked on camera. They use it to chase young girls. And because this generation's on believing, they love abbreviations so much. You just think it's just one of those chat buzzwords that is. So you saw ASL. Those ASL, they are practically asking the young girl to disclose her age, sex, and her location. So this is often used to open. It's like an opening bait target for underage girls. Like, oh, we are just chatting now. Tell me your age, sex, and location. Then there's also KYS. Show yourself.
POS that helps by
Yes, I remember this now.
Yeah, my God.
Okay, so this one is the most dangerous. They use it in one of the most dangerous ones. They use it in luring them to pornography sites or sites that allow them to use explicit consent.
Can you go back to the killing?
Kill yourself. So kill yourself is like when they can say a term that they can use. Everybody's just when they're hyping you up, maybe you post something sad and we've seen it even on Twitter. Somebody will post that they are depressed and so go and die now. We are too much in Nigeria, reduce and you will start seeing, but now they find a way, especially on platforms like TikTok. TikTok is so dangerous because it's live streamed. Nothing is being saved. So once that stream ends, you might not find that those kind of comments again. So they just start chatting and dropping comments, KYS, and the child might respond, okay, I'll kill myself, KMS.
Just like that.
Yes, and that we've seen a lot of this issue. I said one of the things that I usually try not to do is to put the actual graphics in my presentation because they are mostly not encouraging and we don't want to continue to promote them. So POS is literally a sign of are your parents over your shoulder? Do they have access to your phone? That is what those kind of terms are. Then LMIR. Let's meet in real life. It's a very risky phrase. It's for mostly you find on platforms that groom young girls to do crazy things. So I hope I have not triggered you.
I'm not here. We have teenagers.
So
We have.
the threat tactics. What are the threat tactics? So most times they use this in combinations. they use this in combination. So you see misinformation and disinformation. The people that experience this more, women in politics, women in journalism, women in leadership positions, or advocates that are just speaking out. Then we saw cyber harassment, which is closely abuse, insults. You are not supposed to be here. The hate speeches, impersonation. This is becoming a growing concern. Where we've seen it even in political space. You can make a video of Eno Obi now or Madam Bosse endorsing a candidate, and it will sound like her. It will look like her. And yes, it will sound like her. It will look like her. In fact, the video might be in her office.
Wow. So let's take my office
That's the
space.
problem.
Maybe because you have a video from your office before,
Or a picture of
or a picture of your office online.
Or
Anything.
background.
Any background.
No,
Then-
they put one in, is that's the type they use for Peter Obi.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
credit facility.
Exactly. So we can see what the hacking and stalking. Now, these perpetrators, so they don't stop by just attacking you. Now they want to hack into your own accounts. They want to tweet on your behalf. So that at least when they tweet from your account, it is authentic now. You said it is your account. There are some ones that can trigger that is not very prevalent, but there's something they call astroturfing. It's a coordinated effort attack. So it is not even from one person. Then there's the let me mention doxing. Doxing means putting your personal real world information, such as an address, to perpetrate violence. And we've seen it. Maybe a lady and a guy is having issues. We just post a phone number online. Attack for me. Or they post a social media handle. We need to get this person blocked or banned. And everybody, all their armies start reporting your account.
So that's what we did to House of Rep.
Yes. Yes. And that's where I want to get to sometimes. As civil society actors, we also do it too.
Yeah.
We also participate in this kind of thing. So we need to
Wrong.
be careful. So, please note it. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, please. Yes, that's what I do.
But this one, I'm going to, you said personal information. With the social media handle, I have put it there in this family. But I thought it meant maybe your phone number.
Phone number, I mentioned, your home address. Somebody can just literally get your home address and put it online.
Maybe you are hoping you attack the house of records. It was their social media. They put on.
The one I with you, which that, for instance, we say, to put the phone number of the House of Rep and say, call him.
Call him.
Yes.
Oh, okay, call him.
Yes.
And then, oh God, the
Not anymore.
senator, the wife started crying because they just put her number and people were calling her that their husband.
So exactly, that's doxing. So it's as far as your address, your home address,
Oh,
and you see people start driving by, start stoning your house, start dropping things, letters. You will die, like those. You don't people even your office. People they do it to people a lot.
thank you.
Yeah. So online versus offline threats. And one of the things that has become prevalent is that we've seen known attackers, they blur the line. They blur the line between online and offline violence. It is now becoming very thin. It is difficult to separate now. And we can see it here. It says 54% of the people, women that have experienced this violence, they know the perpetrator. Like they know the person physically. So the person starts online. And there is 74%, nearly 3/4 of women surveyed expressed concern about online abuse escalating to offline threats. So they use all those coordinated attacks and it might end up having an impact or danger on your life physically. So, but the most important, one of the things that always worry me is that it is sort of result to self-censorship as a woman. You now said, okay, you double check, second guess yourself anytime you want to put something online. Because 1 in 3 women think twice before posting any content online.
That's true. Yes, stigma, you self-stigmatize.
So the impact of TFGB on society and economy and the economy at large. So 58% of men they have increased in digital divide. So men keep having the advantage online. They are more because the attack on men is not as much as women. It consists of like 7% of women surveyed lost or had to change their job due to online violence. 35% of them reported mental health issues, and 1 in 10 experienced physical harm as a result of online threats. So this is actually something we should think about as we go further in our work, as we continue to engage. So 50% limits the diversity of the online spaces. And we've seen it when they say join, some women don't join. They just say they prefer physical meetings. So you don't have that diversity anymore. The voice is not complete. So I have a bit of recommendations. So what are the recommendations? What should we do as people that play in this space as experts? So we need to start advocating for the criminalization and regulation of AI-enabled abusers within our context, at least the ones we can control. Where are the laws? Where are the policies? So we need to start updating our cybercrime acts, our VAP acts, laws that explicitly covers this way, because most of these laws, as much as we have them, they don't cover these areas. They just speak blankly on some of these issues. We need to start to harmonize regional laws across ECOWAS, across African Union. Secondly, survivor center reporting and response. Donor agencies need to start funding these things more. Platforms and government should be built to fast take down systems. And that is one of the things, because our government don't engage some of these platforms. These platforms don't even have offices in most of the African countries. So you can't even engage them directly to say this is happening on your platform. A lot of young girls in our community is reporting this. There is no one, in fact, because one thing you found out in digital rights and digital security, especially in cyber security, is that a lot of these platforms don't even have customer care phone numbers.
Yeah.
You can't call them. So who do you report to? That's audit and transparency in AI systems. We've said this, even goes beyond attacks online, even in jobs. There's a platform I'm sure people might have heard, there's something they call the ATS systems that now reviews applications, job applications.
Yeah.
It is not human beings that does these things anymore. So once the person that is setting up the system is biased towards women, automatically, like as you are sending it, so there was an issue recently that a guy came online, even a guy, he came online and said he applied for something, and immediately after like 5 minutes, he got a rejection. After like almost immediately, he got your application has been received successfully. Like
Just before the
yes, exactly. So it's like almost it's automated. Everything is now becoming automated because businesses are looking for how to reduce costs, reduce operational costs. But we not say don't do this. In implementing these systems, what are the safeguards? How are you ensuring that it is fair and just to every single individual? Number 4, invest in digital safety and localized tools. This is one thing I preach. We need to begin to have our own use cases. Our use cases is important. We cannot continue to rely on foreign platforms, on borrowed technology to safeguard us. How do we begin to think of funding around detection tools for organizations, for younger women, to be able to first detect what is artificial intelligence generated and what is real? Then the capacity building and public awareness, like we are doing here. Organizations like Women in Politics will continue to do this work around it. So I'll leave us with this word, but I also have a video to show you, as parents mostly, of what we can do and the consciousness of almost everything I've said that we should do. So while individual efforts can help with immediate damage control, coordinated multi-stakeholder action is necessary for systemic change around technology-facilitated gender-based violence. But let me quickly go to my video and I'll play this video.
Hold on, sir.
This video is not even consoling you.
Hey.
It's me, Anna. Well, a digital version of me, just a bit older. Amazing what technology can do these days, isn't it? All you need are a couple of pictures, like the ones you share on social media, where they can be taken and used by everybody. I know for you these pictures are just memories, but for others, they are data. And for me, maybe the beginning of a horrible future. Future where my identity and my soul is just like that, where I can go to prison for things that I would never do. Imagine my credit score destroyed, Dad, or my voice copied to scam you while. I don't want to become a meme or humiliated by everyone at school. Kill yourself, you fucking loser. And I certainly don't want this.
I don't know that.
You share online is like a digital footprint that will follow me around for the rest of my life. I'm telling you this because I know you love me and would never do anything to harm me. So please, Mom, please, Dad, protect my virtual privacy.
Thank you. So, thank you. So maybe just on the line. Yeah, yeah. So what do you? So go around the. Let's sit down the thing. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. God bless you for this. But beyond the threats, the negative impact of AI,
Yeah.
what I also want development experts to start looking at in terms of AI and development, in terms of how we women can also take that space. Because you have said it all, that AI, if you look at that space, they are mostly men who design AI. And so they're not going to design AI to favor the women. So I am saying that we should start looking at, as feminists, as women activists, how we can also start changing the narrative of getting involved. Over years, we have been hearing the stories and then you know this, that most of the documentary, all the stories we had about women were not positive. For example, they say about women riot. Issues like that, how can we start putting our changing the narrative using the A? Because we know, as far as I'm concerned, 90% of it is targeted at women. So I think you also have to look at that space so that you can start looking at especially the young ones. How can they place themselves at that level and start changing the narrative? I remember it was actually where somebody, one of the youth, I said it here some days ago. One of the youth said, we older people don't want to embrace them, we don't want to involve them, but they know how to get us. And one of them said, come and ask me now to use AI for you and things because you don't know it. And this is it's obvious. So please, let's try what we, our generation, didn't achieve by going to stand to send those mail at post office and now telegram. And now you are here, you can do everything. Can we start being intentional in looking at these young ones to take that space very well, please? Thank you. That's very good.
Thank you. Thank you, Samuel, for this insightful presentation. I actually have two observations. The first one is almost what Mambose just said, is about the biases that could be exist in the AI designing. You know, actually from your presentation, it's just like it's about the people that using AI. I mean, people that using AI don't use it well, so it creates another inequality. Is somehow true, but basically the design or the coding of the AI have gaps before because there were. I mean, for instance, when they will have to design, for instance, facial recognition and so on. The persona that they take was a man, a white man. So this is intersectional issue for, I mean, basically. So this is the first issue that we need to. So yeah, feminists need to get to these decisions first, so that it will be very insightful for the, I don't know, the laws and the act that will be taken. In 2022 or 2020, no, 2024, I met at the MIT, one of the Nigerian American writer. She's called Joy Volamirini, something like that. And she wrote a book about this, just to highlight I mean, the basis, the inequality that exists in the designing of the AI, and this is a real issue that we are not taking really serious, I think, in Africa, and we need to get into it. The second thing will be the law that I'm talking about. Actually, there are laws about cybersecurity in every country and so on. But in terms of specification, it's not really clear. So actually, we need to advocate for this, to have some law that is really specific for the issue that we need to work on. So that was my observation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a brilliant presentation and insightful. On the recommendations, I wanted to add a point that partnership and collaboration didn't capture it.
Yeah.
I think for us to have a conversation like this, for you to present it, it's unique and also thoughtful. Most of the conversations we've had, it hasn't come out very strongly. The 2024 elections in Ghana, Kodio had to partner with Friends Plasma because they had the technology, they had the tools, knowing that we had officers that would go to the field, physical officers, but we needed to have the online experts to work with so that they could also follow up. Because we know as you do the fact checking, verification, and countering all the misinformation, disinformation. There are some of the issues that you need physical officers on the field as well to confirm and check. So that partnership is important. And since you are here, we also have to look at how do we connect. Women's-led organization, feminists may not even have this, but we do not also have to build. We could work together to ensure that we are doing this. So I think that you have to put that in strongly to see how we could partner with your organization, other civil tech organizations to develop the tools and how to also do the training. Just last 2 weeks, and so such trainings for members of the organization and the organization itself building some solid tools are important. So I think that's something we also need to add to your to make a strong case for the partnership and collaboration. Thank you.
All right, Madam.
I've been looking forward to a training on AI.
Okay.
And I think we should take it very seriously that the feminists, Sister Bosse asked a question. People should identify training on AI. It's an urgent thing. I was at the American University in Cairo as a young woman. And I remember coming from Nigeria. We had a Youth Building the Future program, a conference, which we all went from about 35 countries. We were 3 that were nominated to prepare the text from the press conference. I from Nigeria, one guy from Norway, and then an Egyptian. And we went to the American University in Cairo computer lab. As a Nigerian student, I was seeing computer in front of me for the very first time. And if they had asked me to own it, I would have imagined the embarrassment because they believed in my intellect. They thought I was super intelligent. And so they just said, hey, no, don't go to the computer. Just tell us what to write. And we will write. And that was to drafted the text. I told myself that when I go back and finish my studies as an undergraduate, the first thing I will do is to computer studies. And I did that while I was doing my national service. I registered for computer. The day I finished my computer, the following day, I actually said, they said, where have you been? We've been looking for you. I said, I just finished my computer today, training, and tomorrow I'm going to look for a job. But I got a job that day. I'm doing this because a few years later, I went to the ILU training center where we were trained on internet, creating web pages and all of that. The closest server, server to Nigeria was in Zambia. That is the emanation of the internet. But then, and then there were mobile phones already in Italy when I was studying already, but Nigeria was having the Note 9 Note, those ones that are, but the rest is history. What did he say? I'm just going through this story especially for the younger generation, that you need to pick up fast. But the older generation too, don't let it just go back. We all need capacity building. On AI right now, whether you like it or not, it's come to stay. We all need to be knowledgeable about it. It's a continuous involvement. If you don't want to train with the young ones, ask for training for the adults on the same AI. So I'm urging us that one of the takeaways, as a recommendation, those who are writing the communique, to also put down is that we recommend capacity building on AI for the feminists, for the feminist movement. We need to be educated. For all women, we need to be educated. I think it's very important that we do that training. And the fast checking, you are a fast checker. You need to also tell us something about fast checking, because I think that is very
I'll share something just to help because it's not that bad.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Samuel, thank you. So how as young people, how are we going to be able to manage this violence against us through this media? Also, how are we able to identify? Because what I'm seeing now, AI is generated, they are creating it. So what are the means to identify, to say, okay, this is AI, this is real, and so how?
Right. Thank you so much. Those are questions that I expected, and they are valid questions. And I would first like to start with collaborations. collaborations, yes, it is extremely essential, and that's why an organization like mine, Legis 360, what we focus on is, especially around digital rights and cybersecurity and artificial intelligence, is to look at the goals and look at how we can strengthen it. And also because the only thing you can also use to fight artificial intelligence now is artificial intelligence. And that is why it brings me to your question, Madam Process. And as I mentioned, localized tools. And because what we don't control would always be exploited. And like Madam Ernest said, it is I wrote a piece on LinkedIn recently that as much as Africa is on the bandwagon of artificial intelligence, Africa itself is not investing in it. Because the closest server that you could host an artificial intelligence model that could function properly, the only place you can find it on the continent is in South Africa. And if you think about latency, if you think about, because I'm in Nigeria, before I request the data in South Africa, before it gets back to me, the threat actor has done whatever they want to do when we are sitting. Because most of these tools, and brings me to our paid tools, how many young girls can pay for these tools to also fight back? So the issues are cross-cutting, but while the threats are there, there are also green lights. There are also tools that some organizations like Witness, they use video to also do these kind of check-ins because they use it to secure journalists. They use the artificial intelligence system to secure journalists. There's also another recent technology in Nigeria by a safe space where you can put in this kind of information and the chatbot is going to tell you how to prevent yourself, how to save yourself, the closest help center that you can go to and report. So there are technologies that have been coming up that you can use to fight this issue. And is answering some of your questions. But most importantly is also to be digitally conscious and to be digitally aware. Huh?
What are the names of the tools?
One is called Kemi. Kemi is by a safe space. A safe space is on WhatsApp. It is WhatsApp chatbot, so you don't need to download anything. So it's just Kemi. Once you go, I think just go there. I'll find this thing and put it up later, so you can use. So there are these organizations that provide this sort of. We provide training on digital rights and digital security. So if anybody in the room needs such capacity, we can provide them. Then you're asking what you can do, especially as a young girl.
Mhm.
First is to be digitally conscious. And I want to paint a scenario. Because of nudity that keeps flying around, like I send my nude to my boyfriend, WhatsApp created something they call view once, where somebody can send you a picture and you can only view it once and it gets destroyed. But do you know threat actors have also find a way to save those videos and pictures?
Including deleted.
Even the ones that you deleted.
Internet never forgets.
So the first thing is, why do you really need to share?
Exactly. That's the question.
It's so unlike the video that we just watched, whatever that has gone online.
Close the group.
Yeah.
Don't have their power.
Whatever that has gone online stays online. It's difficult to erase. And because I'm emphasizing it, because we don't have power over these technologies. In fact, your data, you don't know where in the world it is stored, because the people that develop this technology, it is business first for them. And we are not the first market. We are not the priority market. Because as much as Nigerians, I was in the session one day and someone said, Nigerians use ChatGPT a lot. How many percent of Nigerians pay for the service? How many percent of Africans pay for the service? We might have the numbers, but we are not the one powering the platform with our money. So we are always not considered, and that is bringing to bias around it. So Africa for a long time have been on the knife edge of technological development. We mostly are consumers of this technology and not part of the people designing policies around it. And there is a theory around Silicon Valley that says innovation will always have to come first before the policies that will guide it.
Yeah.
But there have been concerns around that because we've also seen technologies that have properly been designed that was guided by policy and is effective. So because of the business mindset, they believe that if there are policies, you will restrict how they can be innovative. What is a lie? It's just that so that they can put enough loopholes that can be exploited later. So we need to start getting on these tables where these policies are designed. There's something they call responsible AI and the responsible development. These need to be taught in schools, taught to technologists. We need to get in the room before a technology is being designed or adopted by our nation. We need to know what exactly are the data that this is trained on. Because you can't bring a technology to us that will now sideline us. And that is where I was talking with Honorable about around data issues on the continent. Our data are in silos. It's difficult to harmonize data across the continent. It's only when we get into a room like this, we get to know about the laws Sierra Leone have, Ghana have. You can't naturally find them online. So people that design this technology, they don't even know where to go to in Africa to look for data to support their evidence. And that's why you can ask ChatGPT something. You can actually create a fake news for you and give you a fake link as reference to a document that you are writing, just because it's trying to please you. And when you probe further and say, I don't think this is right, then you go, yes, it ain't so rude. Get up, oh, sorry, I'm taking so much time. Yes, but I'm around. We can have catch up and have so much conversation.
You can hear response of such an interesting session, but we didn't come early. So we can't keep us here forever. Unless after we officially close, then on your own, you will now say we want someone back so that we know that it's not women in politics from next.
Yeah, we want you back. Somebody.
Thank you. All right. I really like that we went around the room and had conversations, the questions that came in, and thank you, someone, for taking that session. So if you look at the agenda, we're supposed to go to the development of the advocacy strategy and action plan, which we didn't do yesterday. But we have a panel that is discussing influencing policy as a feminist collective. We feel that it's important for this panel to come before we do the development of the strategy. So I thought that I was past the point of murdering people's names, but I think I will still have to murder like a few names before we close today. And I have immunity, so thank you in advance for not pronouncing properly. So to anchor this session, is a young feminist, also lawyer. She has done a lot of work with Abantu Women, Abantu Foundation, that as an organization in Africa, and also but she's domiciled in Ghana. So please make welcome Ama Mirekwa, who is moderator. When she comes, she pronounce her name very well, but I have tried in modern. So when she comes up, she would also be introducing and calling on her panelists to come up. In case she murders their names, in case she murders their names, also you will forgive. Yes, thank you. The grace will resurrect also. Thank you very much. Please come on, say, Amma. And this panel is we're going to have this panel for 40 minutes. Wow, the panel is for 40 minutes. Thank you. Wow, the panel is for 40 minutes. Thank you. All right, thank you so much, Faith. I think you did very well with my name. So, thank you so much. So, as we strive for a more just and equitable West Africa sub-region, one thing is very clear, that feminist collective action can drive meaningful policy change. This is why we want to have this conversation. And so in the next 40 minutes, we'll have a discussion. We have experts, panelists, who will share their experiences and insights on effective feminist advocacy from Sierra Leone, Ghana, and Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to invite Madame Bosse Ironsi, founder and executive director for the Women's Rights and Health Project. Let's appreciate her. Thank you. Secondly, I have the honor to invite Madame Kingunan Adingi, former MP and State Commissioner. She's also an advocate for 50-50 representation. I also have the honor to invite former country director, Action Aid Nigeria, and GBB data, Madam Amy. Becky Enyonam Ahaji. She's a lawyer and athletic law commission for me. Good. Welcome once again to this panel conversation. I want to be right on time, so we will do 2 rounds of questions. Each round will have just a question, and then so that we can have time for our audience to also engage, ask questions, clarify, and share their contributions. Thank you. So I will start with Madame Bosse. We are drawing on your 3 decades of experience in local health and rights work. We want you to share some concrete policy recommendations so far you have influenced to improve your community's well-being.
Okay, so thank you so much. I want to say first, okay.
Turn it on, please.
Okay. Okay, so I want to say that we must always remember as feminists that policies are never neutral. They either advance equality or deepens inequality, especially when it comes to issues of violence against women. And so, when I worked as a volunteer in an organization, I realized that there is need to be intentional in addressing issues that affect women. And what I did and what I have been doing is to participate in policy reforming policies and all that. And also try as much as possible to ask questions about the policy, are they in existence? So my entry point in every community and discussing issues is to look at existing policies and then try to understand how are women using this policy. Because I'll show an example of what happened when I wanted to go into domestic violence law in a state in Nigeria. In 2007, a state, Lagos State to be precise, had a domestic violence law, even before the back law that came in 2015. All right? And I went in and I did a little bit of research to find out, are people aware of this law? And if people are aware, who are the people that are using the law? And I discovered that about 38% of the people knew about the law, but 98% of the people never used the law. So, and I said, okay, I went down to about women. I discovered that over about 78% of the women don't even know about the law. And that was a panicky state for me. So what I did was to say, okay, I'm going to simplify this law can engage the community. So for the past years, as a feminist and as a grassroots mobilizer, is to interact with the policies that are there and also engage the community. And I also believe, and that's my motto, if I have to fight to take power from you, I go to the source. I don't go around it. So I was engaging with the women and at the same time engaging with the men. And I realized that that came when we were looking at HIV/AIDS those days. We were saying women should negotiate safe sex with their partners, putting into consideration all other socio-cultural factors. I want to imagine in Africa, a woman will come and meet the husband and say, use condom. When the culture believes that the man is the ultimate, he can marry as many wives, he can have sexual relationship as at his will. And then a woman is coming and is saying, use the condom. There will going to be conflict. She will be beating book black. And the family is going to say, but you should know, now you're the only woman there. You should have known. So that sank into me to say that I need to take power from the men. And in doing that is not by fighting, but it's also letting them know about the law, how it protects the women. So that's what I've been doing for the past year. So in driving policy, first you need to understand what policy exists, and also to know that majority of the grassroots women who are supposed to be protected don't know about this law. And then so you need to engage them. Thank you.
It's very profound. Being intentional, looking at existing policies and finding out whether the communities we serve actually understand these policies, simplifying them to their understanding. I'll come to Madam Ine. From launching the White GBV initiative during COVID-19 care to leading other critical protection programs, what are the key lessons in scaling grassroots responses into policy reforms?
The issue of policy reforms, I think I was looking at how to influence the policy from the feminist collective and also treated it to GBV. But based on the questions that you have asked, I would say that COVID-19 showed us another way forward. It exposed the families. It exposed the volume of gender-based violence. I remember a colleague of ours at the Nigerian Labour Congress who said, yes, people are not supposed to go out, but that he could not imagine what the wife was coping with in terms of staying at home with the women, with the children, that sometimes he used to escape from the house because he could not imagine the kind of chaos that is there. Many of the men, because of their own view in terms of where they stay, did not know what to do with their free time because they are not engaged in family, in raising the family, and so that generated a lot of chaos. But I think in terms of the policies that have come, we had, that was when in Nigeria we had one of the governors proposing castration for men because it got to a certain level. But how many men have been castrated? That's another thing to look at. So when you want to influence or to look at why the feminist policy advocacy that we're talking about, GBV is rooted, because I pay straight attention to GBV, is rooted in gender inequality and the patriarchal systems. The advocacy centers on the voices and needs of the survivors. You also look at policy change, that is essential for systemic and sustainable impact. We need to look at collective powers which disrupt silos and strengthen influence. How can we talk of the, it's not enough to prepare the policies. How do you implement the policy? How do you budget for the implementation of the policy itself? Like we said yesterday, we have a fantastic budget this year, in Nigeria for women, but the policy, the budget has not been released until the end of the year. And so where does that come? We need to look at the feminist power itself. And I'm happy about the example that we have made of Nigeria. about, women in politics forum will get up now and know what to do and who to call, and everybody is on board. Many women across the country is on board, and that's we are carrying it. So it's important to build on solidarity, and look at also intersectionality, looking at people with disability and also all the strata of the population and young people, young feminists, generational environment and accountability. We need to be able to leverage diverse voices, the grassroots, community level. I hate to use the word grassroots, but the community levels, survivors. You need to look at women in academia. A lot of them, many professors are being insulted, violated here and there. I remember a professor who had been married for about 21 years. He was a professor. That one day he turned around. I don't want to give you the details of what she did to free herself, but she got free. So you need to look at legal experts. Now we have women lawyers all over. We have women academics in every section. And so collective analysis will lead to stronger, more inclusive policy proposals. And then safer, supportive, space for women. Now, if you touch a woman in Nigeria, the whole country will rise. If you touch a woman, and that has been really one. So some of the key principles in terms of the policy, you are looking at the survivor center, centered and trauma-informed environment, anti-oppressive and anti-colonial lens. You're looking at transparency, inclusion, and all of that. Understanding, I also want to pay attention to the issue of collective feminists across the region, the policy landscape. I think that's what we have done here. So if we reflect and see the policy landscape, which was well presented yesterday, mapping key institutions, regional bodies, intergovernmental organizations, and the legislative forums, identify the regional human rights frameworks, the Maputo principles, which we have done already, analyzing the existing gap, and then you identify political, opportunities and the champions. What are the strategies for core in terms of, if you want to look at the regional, even as we associate it with COVID-19, building coalition across the borders, which we are here for, share your knowledge in building solidarity, develop a unified policy platform, engage policymakers and allies, use storytelling and evidence-based, leveraging the mechanisms that we have. We have tactics for collective influencing, joint statements, petitions, which we can issue across the sub-region, regional campaigns and days of action. We can pick up an action in Sierra Leone here, and some of us, if it's happening in Sierra Leone, we can go to the regional level, we can go to different levels in terms of going to the embassies, policy roundtables with decision makers, which we have proposed. The media is very, very important, using the media strategy. But we have challenges, and the challenges, some of it you look at, the shrinking civic space. There is a lot on that in terms of the tokenism. And we need to change the narrative to say that when you protect a woman, you are not actually doing a favor to any woman. You are protecting humanity. And it's important for us to change the narrative to say, women do not have a tribe. You can be in Sierra Leone today. Tomorrow you go to the US and then you meet a Nigerian there. Before you know, you are in Nigeria. You have carried your whole generation to that level. So we don't actually, and your children will choose from different continents what it means that a woman has no tribe. Let's change the narrative. Whatever is done, when you insult a woman, you are insulting a mother of generations. And let us come back to tell the men that you are not doing them a favor. Would you have wanted your mother to be assaulted? Would you have wanted, do you know the future of that woman that you have assaulted? Would you want the woman who is in the bush, in the Boko Haram territory, to be your sister or your daughter? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can do better, Claire. Thank you so much for drawing our minds on these most significant lessons of budgets, feminist power, building solidarity, building coalitions, of course, intersectionality, transparency, and inclusion. I'll come to Madam.
I don't want to measure the name. Madam Laguna. So, as a woman who has navigated Nigeria's political arena at multiple levels, we want you to share what entry points exist for feminist collectives to influence parliamentary agenda on violence against women and girls.
Thank you very much. And I'm just excited to talk about this because that's my journey. You know, a lot of us, and I can say this in this room, you probably do not know who your representatives. You don't even know who your representative is. That's where it begins. You don't know your representative's office. You don't know the staff that exists in the representation office. That's your entry point. When people are elected, they are not elected in vacuum. They're elected for us. But as citizens, we don't know this. So your House of Assembly member, your House of Parliament member, for instance, everybody just sits there. They're like lords and masters. We just keep them at bay. No, you have a right to go to the office. You have a right to drop a petition. You have a right to know what is happening in the House of Assembly. They are under obligation to answer you. So that's your entry point. Make sure you have that engagement. Make sure you know where they exist and know what they are doing. So there are clinics, there are committee issues that happen. So a lot of times the committee members are supposed to have committee engagements. And more times than not, they're supposed to send that information out to everybody to come. But because they're also afraid of getting too many people asking them questions, the advertisement for those informations are minimal. So they don't let you know that. But if you go in there and engage, they know that they're going to send you a text or they're going to send that information. So know what is happening in the committee engagement. Where are the meetings taking place? When are they debating any issue? When are they having a town hall meeting? When are they having parliamentary briefings? Because when they do have those briefings, you have a right to go there and ask your questions. If you don't do that, they will sit down passively. So for now, I'm happy that politically we're becoming more aware and people now are beginning to take their rights. So once you put them on their toes, they would sit up and do something. So it's beginning to know what to do in terms of advocacy. If you have a bill, you have a right to actually sit down and do a bill, send and get signatures and demand that your member of parliament presents this bill. He will. Whether it's his bill or not, you can actually even sponsor the bill and send it to them and say, I want this bill or this petition read on the House of Assembly. We need to begin to take back our ownership. That's your right. But how many of us know this? So it begins there. If we begin to take charge of what we want them to do, they will do it. So I say each and every one of you, know who is your House of Assembly member, know who is your senator, know who is your state House of Assembly because it starts at the state. Know who is your local government chairman. They also have a parliament there, as small as they are. So engage them. Write petitions, be part of the committee meetings, be part of the town hall meeting. Make sure that any bill that they are calling for papers be there. Because they call for papers and we don't even read it. I was shocked to my bone marrow when somebody was putting me in a WhatsApp group that they want to demand for a state. I said they have finished the hearing. How can you be demanding for a state when they have almost finished their amendment, they're about to read it? And that's the problem. So the car has passed, you are waiting for the bus to come. That's a lot of, and so as citizens, it's important that we engage and know what is happening. Hear the news, read the news, know what's going on. Go there, ask questions. That's where it starts.
Thank you so much. We need to begin to take back our ownership. Now some legal advice. Miss Becky Ahaji, you are the coordinator of the Ghanaian Feminist Coalition. We want you to tell us how the women's movement in Ghana influenced legislation such as the DB Act, that is the Domestic Violence Act, the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act to address Ghana's most critical legal gaps.
Okay, thanks so much. So for Ghana, the starting point has always been what we call the Women's Manifesto. So in 2004, the women in Ghana, so Ghana, you have one women's movement, but we have the documents that have been produced by Women for Women, which guides all of us. And so in 2004, About for Development actually brought all the women in Ghana together. And then they came together with the key issues that were affecting all the women. So from health to governance to politics. And then they created this political document. It's a non-partisan document, but we see that all the demands, so in the document, we made a demand for an affirmative action law. In that same document was a demand for a domestic violence law. So the demand for policies that we wanted are all in that document. So this was far back in 2004. And that document has become like a baseline for every organization of women's rights groups that comes into the forum. So we have one target, and that document is guiding all the women. So even though you might be working in the health or you might be working in agriculture, we all go back to that document. So that's the first thing I'll say that guides that forms the basis for us. Then from the Women's Manifesto, you see that there was a call for demand that was as of 2004, which has been reviewed 2016, and now we are currently reviewing again. So we review that document periodically. And so after they had the manifesto, then we formed coalitions. And so for example, before you got the Domestic Violence Act passed, we had groups of organizations coming together to form the Domestic Violence Coalition. So those are the women's rights organizations in Ghana. They were focused mainly on getting the DV Act passed. For the affirmative action too, we had a coalition. So all the women's rights organizations came together and then they were focused on getting the Affirmative Action Act passed. So even though there were streams, we have one big women's movement, but we formed coalitions to get specific laws and policies passed. And that was very helpful. Let me give the example of Affirmative Action Coalition, because that's when I came in. So for example, with the Affirmative Action Coalition, we partnered, so you have Abantu for Development, which is the organization AMA belongs to, was the host of the coalition. So they basically provided the secretarial, and me as coordinator, they provided for an office remuneration. Then we partnered with an organization like CDD, where Vera and Mr. Kufuor are from. So when they get funding, so with the coalition, the structure is if we get funded, if any organization among us gets funding for affirmative action, we all bring those resources together and pull for. So if CDD had funding for maybe engaging parliament, they work with the secretariat, we engage parliament. So when we had to engage the speaker of parliament or the minority leader, CDD facilitated that. We had an organization called ASEPA. They also work directly with parliament. So when we had to engage parliament, they funded that. We had organizations like Net Rights. They were in the grassroots. When we needed to mobilize the community, funded that. You had Advance for Development. I remember very well when the bill was being read in Parliament. The parliamentarians was getting to the end of that session, and they were very tired and very cranky. About to organize the young women, they came to sit in the floor of Parliament. And so the speaker was like, see, the women are sitting up there. If we don't pass this bill for them, if we don't pass this bill for them, they would beat us. So about to just even gathering the women to sit there. So basically, my point is in Ghana, when we formed the coalition, we drew on the resources of every single organization to get the law passed. And the convener of the coalition is a lawyer, Mr. Shilameka Premo, so I happened to work with there. So even when they were reviewing the bill, we started with the parliamentarians. So drawing on our legal expertise, if they say, let's take this bill out. Actually, we even went along with the GV Acts because they were trying to say that how affirmative action work because other countries is constitutional, they don't have a law. So we use Sierra Leone. We said Sierra Leone has a law. They didn't use their constitution. So we had to even draw on frameworks from other countries and then engage the parliamentarians. So for Ghana, I would say that I've seen the strategy where we form coalitions for specific legal interventions or reforms. You form coalitions and you draw on the strength of every organization. Everybody has their field. When it came to media, the organizations who work with media, so they paid for the airtime and all the things we needed to. So for us, it is one women's movement. but they have different streams. And exactly, and everybody pulls their resources together. And that's how come we got these laws passed.
Beautiful. So movements building, coalition building, pulling together resources, which entails both monetary and non-monetary. That this has been a highlight. Thank you so much, Becky. We are moving to round two, but I'll open the platform if there are questions, concerns, comments for just 5 minutes, then we move on.
Are there any questions from?
Please, someone wants to help us.
Thank you very much. This goes to all members of the panel. Anyone of them can answer me. It's been bothering me. It's been bothering me because I have worked with the Ghana's cocoa sector before. And the women in the cocoa industry, we created a platform for them and awarded them prizes to boost their interest and morale in cocoa farm. It has become a threat now in Ghana, what we call galamsey threats to the cocoa industry and its effect on women. And it's not only, it's in all others. So I think that in fashioning out violence against women and girls, how does the environmental threats and its effect on women and girls, especially their fish, the jobs they do, now how can we take steps to prevent women? Because even the water bodies are polluted, but the women will wake up early in the morning to go and fetch water at long distances. And then along the way, a lot of violence occurred when they are going out to protest in their farms, which are destroyed. So what has been your thoughts and how do you bring this down into the topic of advancing actual violence against women and girls as far as the environmental degradation and threats are concerned? Thank you.
Okay.
Let's, I think we should take all the questions first, then we'll come to the.
So thank you so much, our lawyer. I particularly like some of the points you raised in terms of the success that you saw with the Ghana Feminist movement. Coming from Nigeria and also running program around policing and getting women to become more stronger. How were you able to navigate the fragmentation question? It was part of the conversation yesterday, but I need us to also sort of look at it reflectively from a country that has seen it work, right? Honorable, my question is around the citizens not knowing how to engage their legislator. There are a lot of programs on civic engagement and enlightenment that happen across countries, at least from a Nigerian perspective, I know that. But the real deal is the senators or representative actually opening up spaces for people to engage. When you say you do public hearing, and the public hearing is announced on maybe on a newspaper or things, but the real people whose life you are legislated, who are at the community level, they don't get to know. So how do we bridge the gap between the legislators and the people to be able to make connections to them? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, our able panelists. And my question is centered around where Christian called it upon, because what we do at Legis 360 is to open up the parliament for the public to have direct access to it, is using data science and artificial intelligence. And so far, the questions that we've seen are around, we've gotten questions like citizens even make the effort to know who is representing them. But it's also two ways. As the representative, made the effort to know the citizen. Because when you go to collect votes, you went there to campaign. Well, have you gone back there? And it's like the question around the public hearings. When we were voting, we voted in our polling units, wards. But public hearing was done by geopolitical zones. Where do we expect them to get transportation, logistics to get to those places where this public hearing was held? And that is one. But secondly, is also the opacity around state assemblies. It is difficult to find anything about even the list of the lawmakers, the president, because let's take a case of Plateau, for instance, where almost everybody that was elected have been changed due to issues around that. So we need to also expand these conversations beyond people don't want to know, people don't read, because in the world where attention span for reading backed by data is 8 seconds. So if the content doesn't capture their attention in 8 seconds, they don't read it. So we need to start exploring new ways of engagement. What are the new ways of engagement? Where are these people? Is physical public hearing even effective? What kind of engagement should we be talking about when we want to talk, especially knowing that population across Africa is between 18 to 35 young people? So that's where
Thank you. I think I'll add one before the moves to the lady. Congratulations to the panelists. I will situate my question within the area of the policy and the legal audits that Madam Eni raised earlier. And I wanted to pick your opinions around the use of private members' bill to push for legislative reforms. I know Ghana has passed legislation to anchor individual members of parliament to champion certain bills. And it ties into what Chairman said. If there are any deficiencies that we have seen, I think the PMB is one route to use to get some legal reforms to anchor policy and response. So in Sierra Leone, in Nigeria, are there experiences in the use of the PMB that you can share with us? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So to my sister from Ghana, you spoke about the feminist movement having different set of feminist organizations coming together for you guys to push for the safety of women. So I would want to know how were you able, was the idea from an individual, like it came from somebody saying that we should have these women together, or you just thought among yourself that we need to come together and have one voice? So I want to know the pioneer behind that, because we have lots of organizations, feminist organizations around that, hardly come together like the way you've narrated for the situation of Ghana. And also to Honorable, as a woman, talking about your experiences and how citizens can approach their representative in parliament. So I would want to hear your experience, how you navigated into that particular role as Honorable Member of Parliament. And for us here in Sierra Leone, we have representative, but I can tell you, with all of those things you mentioned, it is sometimes really difficult to reach them. And even sometimes to access the wall of Parliament is extremely difficult because of the, I don't know, they have, it's not that easy. So I want to know, how do we go about that? Because some of these things that you've spoken about, for me, I'm only getting to hear them today, that if you want to, get to your member of parliament, you have to do X, Y, Z. So they are not that accessible in our society. So how do we do it? Thank you.
Okay, so
I think our panelists have answered.
Let me also.
Yes, we come back. The second round, so you can.
No, I think this because in this last question we're not coming back this way again because of time.
Okay, then.
Okay, the panel has done very well. Well, there's an issue that keeps bothering me, and I try to talk about it. The local government administration is like they are non-existent. Honorable mentioned it, but more often than not, we don't engage them. They are elected officers, senators, councillors, and chairmen. But even community-based, maybe I should direct Santi, but community-based engagement often we refer to states. Often, not that it's not really common. But I'm asking but among the media and the vice president of Vawg for North Central, I try to make my states understand that we don't always have to be concentrating on the state government, because at least most states have like 10, 15, or even more local government. And if we engage those local government council, the results will show or will reflect. But oftentimes we just concentrate on federal governments and the states also come there. So how can we change this? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much. I want to start by answering the chairman's question about how you interact with the examples he gave. I want to state that in designing and framing advocacy we must build community readiness in our interventions. Because there is no way there will be no pushbacks. Pushbacks are real. People are going to say, why did they spend so much money going to start talking about how to talk about regional things and all that? It is real. But I think in designing our activities, to also put into consideration pushback that will come from the very beginning. If you look at in designing programs or activities, you start from the design, project management. You design from continuous evaluation and other. But I'm saying because of the realities of we still struggling with people changing their behavior at the local level, even at every level, we must very, very beginning design to know that there will be pushbacks. Because sometimes we don't do that. We just believe, oh no, let's design a program for the cocoa women and all that, not knowing that by the time women are standing up for themselves, there are going to be names. There are going to be people wanting to take that resources back from them. And then the mental and well-being, looking at our reproductive roles. We are women in the Africa setting, we are not made to be making money. We are not made to go into those positions where you can take decisions that affect the home. You are made to just go to farm, come back, take responsibility, prepare food, and take your reproductive roles and all that. Now that you are going contrary, to say, okay, I want to have resources because I want to also be at the table where decisions are making. There's bound to be pushback. So from the very beginning of designing such programs, you need to say that. So there should be solidarity. For women like that, they should have a place to go to when issues like this come up. You also try to engage them to be able to seek resources for themselves. Now, very quickly talk about engaging local governments. In the local government where I work, when I came there to talk about sexual and gender-based violence as it affects women, men said, oh, Mrs. Hiroti, you have come again. But recently, very recent, where the local government, the state ministry of the state government gave out palliative as a result of what is going on in Nigeria. Do you know what happened? The local government chairman sent palliative for survivors of LGBT. And that is unique because For them to even have identified that there are survivors of SGBV, that was a celebration for me. And that for me, that was a success story. Because when we were there for 10 years ago, they didn't want to hear my words. They didn't want to, even the Oba said, threatened that you cannot stand with this community. But for the community turning around to say, oh, man, you have done well, and we are going to give survivors of SGBV women, 30 of them, bags of rice, this. That means there's a change in narrative. And I think that when we continuously engagement is the issue, my sister, is to continuously engage them. You cannot stop engagement, holding your policy to say this thing is what is guiding everybody. It is not, it's not exclusive to the women or men. And they also look at the benefits of what they will gain as men. Okay? And you see them helping you to want to run the process. Thank you very much.
Next on the line. Okay. Rosa Parks said, stand for something or you will fall for anything. Today's mighty oak is yesterday's knots that held its ground. As citizens, I want to burst your bubble. The senators don't want to see you. The House of Rep members do not want to see you. None of them. You know why? Because you are their conscience. And so, if we must do anything and get it right, I want to first of all let you know that you have to stand your ground. We're just told about AI, right? Use it. Use social media. I'm talking about the gap. How do you bridge this? You are going to your House of Assembly members. First, take a picture. I'm on my way to the House of Assembly member, the one representing me. Write a picture, put it there. You go, they don't let you enter. Come back. Hey, I went. They did not let me enter. Meanwhile, he's supposed to be representing us. I tell you that the media, every House of Assembly member has a media person. Once they see that, they will call you. Make noise. Anything you want to make a demand of. One of the beautiful things is that social media has helped us. Use the tool for good. Because if you don't, they will also use it against you. Let me tell you something. We were going to do, when we wanted to pass the law for the law that has to do with this law that our governor now was left it. The one for the ranch. The law they sent to us was not that law. That was not the law they sent to us. Do you know how we changed it? I led that frontier. I told the people that were representing me. I said, you people are representation, so you are supposed to come and make demands. I called a meeting. I called everybody that represented me. I showed them the law. I said, go back and come and make demands. And as facilitated, they are coming into the house. I called different groups, for all different groups. I called them. I said, they can't let you know that I'm doing this. This is what you're supposed to do. And they did that. By the time the story came out, with protests, with noise, with all the demands, they changed their mind. Protests, with noise, with all the demands, they changed their mind. Otherwise, the law they would have passed was a total different law. So as citizens, we have to wake up to the responsibility that we carry. It's only in Africa that the leaders know what they like. You can't try that. A small child in London knows that the mayor of London, he's not going to stand up for the mayor of London on the train. If he sees him on the train, he won't stand up. Ah, you are serving me, why should I stand up for you? So my hands, like everybody. But we in Nigeria, we wave at their convoy, we run away, and we glorify them. And so they sit in that and begin to perhaps. But look at what happened. When Akpabio, the Senate president, did something and they flew his number, what happened? They changed their mind. So as citizens, you need to take ownership. You are actually the ones that have the power. They don't want you to know it. So you must make demands and make sure that you are getting what is yours. Now, my sister, I've been fighting battles. So let me tell you something, it's not easy and it will not be. But until we get to that place, did you know that it was not even Rosa Parks that first stood up for somebody on the bus? It was a small girl. It was a girl that first stood up, but her story didn't go forward because that didn't create a generational shift. But hers does. The pioneers that actually start the battle of We will not agree. We no go agree. They are not the ones here today. And the day that we will all be done, they won't even celebrate these people. They won't celebrate women. They won't. It's other people they may celebrate, but at the foundation. So I tell you this to say that when I got into politics, my first House of Assembly seat, I went to court all the way to Supreme Court. All the way to Supreme Court. I lost 3 years before I got that seat. But I was determined. Because I said to myself, if I give way, they will do it to another girl. They will do it to another woman. So now that I'm here and I'm blessed with that resource, we'll fight till we get to the top. So you have to do certain things not for you. You do it for other people. And every time you have a position to advocate for anything, and you stand out there, they will say, So when I stand in my state now and talk, they know I don't have Godfather, I don't have Godmother, but I have mouth. So when I start shouting, they say, this one not going down. I beg. Give her, let's be going. So I've been identified as someone who stands for something. You will not be. So as women and as citizens and as advocates, because we have all become advocates for this women thing, you must stand there. When I was going to pass the Vawg Act, it was a war. I paid protesters to come and protest. I said, I have to pay. I said, because if we don't do this, I won't get it. The first lady, I called everybody, I mobilized everybody. I said, come. Stand in the gallery. And let me tell you something. Did you know that gallery is open? You know what she said? Go there. Sit in as they are be making comments. As you're making comments, they'll say, hey, silence. But they heard you. Make them do this thing. They don't come out here today. They fear. We'll make sure that we'll reach these people. They hear. So even they themselves, they have that mind, but they will not do it. So what you need to do is make demands. You must make demands. Social media is our tool, use it. AI is our tool, create a drama around it, use it. Send out information, garner people. Make sure that every time there is anything that has some, and media, you have to help us. Because the media also have to let citizens know that it is their right to make that demand. For some reason, we have lost out on that part, and nobody talks about it. I think going forward, the media has to begin to let citizens know that you can't find your senator, you can't find your house member. You can see they all have like 5 stars. Find the media person, find the legislative aid. You can't get to the senator, find his legislative aid. Those ones are free, you can find them. The PAs are free, you can find them. Essays, find them. By the time you start saying, I will put this on the media, I will say what people are doing. Already in my state right now, they know the people that are not going to win elections. Why? Because they've been campaigning against them. And those things hold water. So the grassroots, they will go back and tell them. Now let me shock you. The grassroots are on social media. They are. They know what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. So my first question was, how did we navigate how do we still navigate the fragmentation? I won't say it's a perfect system, but I'll start with number one, the structure of the coalitions we build. So you have a convener, you have a steering committee, and for my coalition like this, you have a coordinator. Usually the convener, so for the affirmative action, she's called Mrs. Shilamika Premo. So you choose a non-partisan person as your convener. Usually we go maybe for a development consultant as the convener, somebody who's not tied to any political party or very neutral. Then for the steering committee, usually in this work, like leading from right from the Women's Manifesto to now, there are some main organizations that have been working in silos, maybe on a particular issue all the while. So representatives from those organizations are on the steering committee. So for example, for the affirmative action position, you have someone from Abantu, NETRA, because they have started the work on this policy for a long time. So you get key people, we may have CDD rep on that committee. So the key people who have actually have a lot of funding for that policy, we put them on the steering committee because they will bring in the resources. So in terms of the structure, you have a neutral person as your convener, then you have a steering committee. Then apart from that, for my organization like this, for the coalition, they decided to get a coordinator, which is someone who will help navigate everything. So which programs are these people holding? What can we do and all of that? And as a coordinator, I'll develop the work plan for the organization. I give updates and all of that. And usually you look for a younger person to be the coordinator, just so it's like a succession plan, so that if the convener is not there. So yes, so that's why. So usually, and even for net rights, the head of program, she's a younger lady, Abantu, the head of So we do that so that there's a sort of a succession plan. So the convener is that you have a young person who's the coordinator. Now, beyond the structure, there's also transparency, right? And there's an understanding that so let's say another organization, you're doing something on AAX, you can't do it without running it by the secretariats. Even if you want to do your own thing, inform us. Yes, there are some who don't, but then there's a general understanding that unless you're doing something on the DB Act, let the DB convener know, let the secretariat know that this is what you're doing. And that's also because we also give them updates. So if we partner with one organization to maybe hold a dialogue in the north, come with pictures to give you update that this is what we do. And as a coalition, there are at least an end of year meeting for members. I give daily updates even on the WhatsApp page. If we did this, this is what we did. When you do that, organizations feel involved. Even if you didn't invite them to a program, because because of the shrink in the funding space, maybe you can only hold a program for about 25 people. Not everybody from the coalition can come. So sometimes we might not be told them that we're having a program A today, but when the program is over, you update them and let them know the key things. Maybe them understand that, oh, we couldn't invite everybody. We could invite these people, but this is what happened. So when you're very transparent with the members, it closes that gap of fragmentation because they feel involved. The problem comes in when people feel like, one organization has taken the matter and then they are putting only their logos on it. And so we have one logo for the coalition. So there's Affirmative Action Coalition. So all the programs are using that logo. Of course, because of donor reporting requirements, there's some programs that the donors want to see their logo, maybe want to see the organization's logo. But we always make sure that you add the coalition's logo just so that everybody feels involved. So when you do that, it gives ownership to all, and one person doesn't take the glory. Another thing is sharing the glory with all. And so even if you are doing a press statement, since once it's signed by the convener, it's fine. But if you want to do signed by, and maybe you would list all organizations, you leave one person out, it will cause a problem. Yeah, that's what happens. So always, it's good you have a convener who is neutral. When it's just once it's signed by the convener, or even do signed by convener and steering committee, everybody is okay because it covers all of us. The moment you just use one person who is maybe like a head of an NGO, a women's rights already existing, you are still giving credence to. So choose whoever you choose as your coalition convener is key. If that person is neutral across all fronts, they will all be okay. But if you choose maybe an existing person who's the head of maybe an NGO that's existing already, puts it there, even if it's signed by that person's name, everybody will attribute that, oh, this organization is taking glory for what we are doing. So we have to do. And then the last thing I'll say is we have a non-partisan approach to things. Unfortunately, right now, that's the only fragmentation I said we've not been able to navigate. I'll be honest with you. So for the Chief Justice example he gave, when the issue happened, we wanted to issue a press release. But then, because she's from the previous, she was appointed during the previous government, so then we have a new government. And first, when we took out the press release, very neutral press release, I didn't expect backlash. But then you see people kind of like, oh, when another woman, that the former EC chair was also removed in the same manner, there was no press release. Why is that this one? You want us to do a press release? And everybody started, talking. Then now you can sense a polarization, the two factions across the political line. So because of that, until now, we've not done a press release. We had done one, but because now members are like, we don't want it. But that just to explain that when it comes to, I'll be very honest that in terms of the political party lines, polarization, there's a problem. Maybe the mistake we did was when it happened to the first woman, we should have spoken up. Then now that's happening to another woman. But now that we didn't speak up the first time, now it's happening to someone else, and it's like we can't speak up because then you are being biased politically. So another advice I give is lesson from us is when you start, make sure it's non-partisan approach. If something happens to anyone, speak so that now when you're speaking for another one, it doesn't look like you're being politically biased.
Preference to that one.
Speak it. So
That's somewhere.
I can show you a copy of that question. He has something from all of that, but still they insisted that why now? Why is speaking now? And so sorry, Paul. And that's where the problem. So I'll be honest that it's not like we have a foolproof system, but then it works. Can I answer the second question then before you come in?
Oh, please.
Okay. The second, and also I'll go back to the fact that because we have the Women's Manifesto, it helps because we have these demands for these policies across board. So even if you're a new person, you've set up your own NGO, You go back to that guiding document, you see what women in Ghana, what we are working towards, and you fit in. You don't come and do your own thing or work in silo. And so that also helps. And I also say that the Ghanaian women's movement, they're very intentional about inclusion. So even when we're having meetings, we make sure that persons with disability are there. We make sure, and for my coalition, we have a youth wing. So there's a youth wing of the coalition so that the young ones don't feel left out. You have a youth wing of the DB coalition, youth wing of every coalition, so they don't feel left out. So that's it. Now, with how do the coalitions come about? The question you asked. To be very honest, with the affirmative action coalition, it was just one person who thought that everybody's working in silos. Let's come together. And then she brought up the idea, and then they bought into it. And then he had a bunch of women saying that, okay, but when it came up, we needed someone to host the coalition. And nobody wanted to, and Apanto said, we will host the coalition. So they host DV coalition, they host ALO coalition, they host Women's Manifesto. So there are some organizations that decide to seek for funding for most of the things. They pay for program officers to work on it and all of that. So one person usually brings the idea, but sells it to everybody, and then they come together and then we form the coalition. So yes.
Thank you very much. I want to just talk about. I want to talk about the parliamentarian, connection. That's the membership. Are we connected? I think Ngunan had pointed at it. She has talked about it from experience. But I want you to know that there is a lot of turnover. New people coming into politics. There's a huge capacity gap. You don't engage them by challenging them. You engage them by getting to know them and building a personal relationship. Do you know that you can be an asset to them? Because they don't have the capacity. You can pretend. The issue of passing the private, because they don't have the capacity. You can pretend. The issue of passing the private, bill is they don't know the issues. If you come with the context and you introduce, you can write a full bill and give it to your representative. And your representative will take it there. But we start by building the capacity of the person who is going to pass. There was this when during Gaddafi's time, when they said United States of Africa, there was that position, and Nigeria was going to the meeting without sharing it with the country. Then I was in Action Aid. We took it and we organized a meeting of Action Aid. We brought the foreign affairs, and all the civil society organizations to have a position on Nigeria. When we finished our own conversation, then the ministry decided to host their own. When we go at all times, we are well equipped. We carry our computers to everywhere. They said, so the foreign ministry was holding it. So they said, who are the members of the communique committee? The guy just looked up. He said, and you are a member. He named another person and all of that. The guy came close to me. He said, and where is that communique that you issued at your own decision? Do you have it? I said, I have it here. He said, dust and paste. Okay. That was what went to OAU meeting on behalf of Nigeria. What I'm saying is that the fact that you have written, did we claim the glory? Actually, did not claim anything. All we wanted is protocol. And so what it means is that you have to follow the representatives who will be the voices and equip them, and so that they can go. And we have an example as well. We did a training for Benue State House of Assembly when Ngunam was there. We had this training. All the men that came for that training became change agents. And the following day, they sent their aides come and understand. But the NGO person who wrote me even into the proposal, the following day, he said, no, madam, just give us your presentation. You are not the one who is supposed to pull this in. Because in grooming, we must all be transparent and accountable. I don't want to go far on that. Local government administration. I have seen a local government where we had a major disaster, flood disaster in Nigeria. A local government chairman in Delta State created the IDP, was bringing food every day for the people. There is money in local government, but many people have looted. And so whatever you are talking about. So let's take the feedback in terms of getting to know our parliamentarians very seriously. If you are not in the city, There are people in your city. You can just be friends with your representative. You need to create right from the councillorship down to the state houses of assembly, to the House of Representative and all of that. I was in a place with the senator. The members, feedback. People were seeing her for the first time. I think after 2 years, they were seeing her for the first time in an event. And they tried to talk to her. They said, but you used to come to us every day. Every time before your election. Since the election, we have not seen you. The person told them, he said, look, if you don't like me for what I am, change me in the next election. I was so embarrassed. I had to mediate between them to say, I think they don't have a feedback mechanism. Our system does not have feedback, town hall meetings where you need to go back to the people. Very, very important. I just want to, Chairman asked a question on how, the issue of a safe environment. In case on issues of violence, in case if you remember, there was a meeting we organized, and we decided deliberately that year to bring in women bricklayers. Women who are just carrying bricks and the kind of violence they suffer. That is where you have the poorest of the poor women. They go and carry bricks. The foreman will say, if you don't sleep with me, I will not promote you, or you will not come the next day. And because their own is on a daily basis, they need to feed their children, you see what they have to go through. So I think there is a lot that we need to pull in, but women networks have helped a lot. In the public zonal hearings that we have had, though it was a difficult one, but I can tell you that women mobilized. We need to concentrate on building the agency, transparency and accountability. Quit with the kind of jealousy, petty jealousies that you're having. You're not better than another woman. And take time. When you go to the maternity ward, we are all the same.
Yes, sir.
Is either they help you, is either you survive that maternity bed or you don't survive it. And so many of our sisters are not surviving. So all of us that are here, we are here on their behalf. And so it's very, very important. All the we have had some jealousies that have knocked out a lot of things, but it's important for you to recognize who you are. You are not more special than any of the sisters. Stop the nonsense.
All right. I appreciate our panelists. I think they've done very well in some.
Last word.
You want to share something?
No. Oh, okay.
Let's appreciate our panelists.
Well, I also want to say that, maybe like a final statement, that the flexi policy is not a token representation. Just like what my brother has been saying.
Awesome.
It is not that you are doing me a favor. It is about shaping decisions, demanding accountability, and ensuring feminist perspectives are at the center of governance. Because that's where our whole system will be changed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end of our panel conversation. And there's been a lot of highlights. I'm sure we have taken notes. And I think we have come to terms with our objective to draw lessons from our collective action as feminists in terms of the way we influence policies. We hope that we carry the momentum forward and we are able to be informed on our intended sub-regional movements building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Please, could you rise and take a bow?
Where is this woman? You have to take a picture because she's down that.
Yes.
She's
around.
Austin, come and represent you.
Well, that's true. This is not a panel. Man be there. I'm gonna say I should be central. No. Privilege. Let's say that thou amongst women. Okay. Please spotlight me.
You're already in the spotlight. As a man, yes. You stand out.
Thank you so much.
Well,
All right. Very interestingly, while the panel was going on, somebody walked in and I thought I should do a personal introduction. Dr. Catherine, please just wave your hand. I know that you are ashamed to wave your hand, but wave it. Vawg is the former president of the institute in Sierra Leone and a professor at the Fort Bay University here in Sierra Leone. Prof, thanks for coming. We appreciate you. And yes, so the Congress are. Can I try again? I say, all the improvements and the armed forces of Sierra Leone. Okay, so we'll go for tea. Now, when we come back, there are 2 or 3 main sessions that we have to just go through then to end the conference. But we agree, we'll find time, if there will be time, 20, 30 minutes to go around the room to just pull up a pager as resolution as we initially had agreed earlier. At this time, it is tea. Maybe in the course of the session, based on what my brother Samuel presented, we'll try to go through your ability to spot and counter issues around disinformation. Violence against women is real, but more real is your ability to counter it. It is not enough to know that the violence exists. The capacity to counter and respond, particularly to threat actors, is key. So you check your time at this time. It is 11:27. Can we do 15 minutes? Or less? Yes, okay. Please just tell your neighbor to stand up.
Check your time this time.
Tell your neighbor, help your neighbor to roll the chair out.
Yes, my neighbor, stand up.
Neighbor, stand up. So 15 minutes, you are back in 15 minutes.
My neighbor to stand up.
That's why we're working for the team. Let the networking continue. Network. Congratulations.
Yes, because she moderated so well.
Thank you, Barrister.
We are back in 14 minutes. Your neighbor is still sitting. Ask him, what are you doing?
Dr. Patti, what are you saying?
I want to talk out. What about you? I just remember I need this one, but I have to teach. I know.
If you know you were the moderator of the evening pass panel, please go out.
I've been to personal assistant.
All right.
Thank you.
Dr. Paul, I know your computer is working, but it's peak time. I'll sacrifice my snack for you. I don't want. That's here. Too much is here. It's all out, but I don't remember it. I don't know what I can bring next.
I think it must have been.
Yeah, they're getting for one ago. They were here. They were in this room. Yeah, just went here. Yes. Good. Thank you.
You're welcome back.
Thank you so much. Good seeing you.
Madam Boss. Yesterday, I sleep. And I wasn't back. What about Pina? It was like that's smart.
Example. I want to tell them get the right of that adventure.
Yes, we try to keep it lit.
More than movie.
Thank you.
Let's see. Let's see. Imagine someone else. I mean, look with someone was a teaching from a British statement. And we have to draft something from you. And one of them is the Reddit.
Yeah, what's
In
it transform?
yes,
Self-collected.
they'll read it. Yes.
Yes.
That's it.
Don't check it.
Right.
And those who have forgotten the exercise. Like I said, it's right. And because if you plan, if them on social media, you will never have access to them.
Oh, sure. Sure. So there's this conversation around confrontation and collaboration. You have to allow space for this to something.
They say, you know,
It's a stage that will get to. Oh, sure. And at the point in time, they want to feed it to someone.
yeah.
And then others who are
Wait, I don't
close
think I
that
Image talk. Now we are going to a special session. We thought we could quickly just rush through. Thank you. Thank you very much. All illegal panel dissolve.
So they are legal and illegal.
Comes. All illegal panel dissolve. They get them back. No, we have to do this. Yes. Well, we'll bring them down for you. Thank you.
What's happening?
And okay.
Are you relocating? I think somebody is sitting you want to. There's nobody there can come over. There's nobody.
Please, attention on the screen. Where are the drafts? So that you can be easy going around the room. But there'll actually be another work that one page I will talk about. So let's run to do this once. I'm sure within 30, 25 minutes or less will be done. Now look at I will not read. I'll just like go down, you read, and then or which one was better? Everybody read so that it get internalized. So background and rationale. Go ahead. Next. Strategic objectives. Key advocacy priorities. Key advocacy priorities.
Wait, now, you're wrong.
No, put it in key. Just go put it there. Domestication and harmonization of frameworks.
Please, as we are reading, if there are certain things that you want us to remove or to add, please just raise up your hand and just and we'll do that. Thank you.
Strengthening enforcement and accountability and parliamentary oversight and policy reform. So it's actually when you are here, if you have any comments, just raise it and then we'll move on.
So, domestication and harmonization. On the domestication and harmonization of frameworks, can we add this WPS 1325?
Okay. So, okay. UN Security Council Resolution 2025. So, is there any country in West Africa that don't have women peace and security framework? So it may not be relevant. Or you want to call it harmonization?
We don't have
domestication too.
Yes, that's the essence.
All the essence of
It's for national action plans, and most of the states have it. The UNHCR asks for states to have national action plans, and most of them have it.
That is why I'm actually curious. When you domesticate, it's not that come in this form. It become a local action. For example, has Mobutu been properly domesticated?
Not necessarily.
Okay, we can just include it. Let's move on. Doesn't matter so that we don't addition, suppression. Okay, thank you. Move above number 3, parliamentary oversight to stop and check. Okay, good. Parliamentary oversight and policy reform, just to point there. Thinking that when you say regular reporting, what does that mean? Can we put annually? Periodic, exactly. Periodic, what is periodic? They can take that periodic is 5 years.
Be 6 months.
Should we put for annual or biannual?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Rather than call it regular,
Annual.
annual.
is
Exactly. So annual.
Is it the price for advocates or
Advocate for
the pressure means you is it press advocate and pressure? The other friends seem
So be harsh. Yes. They're going to be pushed for annual. Yeah. Support services for survivors.
there's no medicals on the one.
Okay. Lobby for state-funded shelter, legal aid, and psychosocial support. So
There are issues of evacuation, there is issue of medical beyond,
psychosocial.
yes.
Okay, so what do you want us to include?
But the second one is talking about
Referral pathway through health and justice system.
referral pathway. We're talking about immediate. That one is focusing on referral pathway. We're talking about survival, immediate.
Let's just conclude on that part, then we come here.
So if you say, for instance, on issues around services for SGBV, it goes beyond the PSS. There are issues around physical injuries that sometimes, so from point of evacuation to medical to what do you call it?
No, just help us to so that we just
Training.
put it.
I said it now.
Okay.
Only for state-funded shelter, legal and medical aid
Okay. Services. Okay, exactly. So that it makes it faster. And if you want to add or
I'm thinking the medical should come before shelter and so that's the other does not matter. Because if somebody is a victim, the medical should come before shelter. Before shelter.
all right. So support services for okay, go up now, go up to the next.
Fine tune all of this thing already.
No, when we have seen it like this, that's the essence of this many loop. So that we're able to cross the eyes, but we want to rush it together. And we can then take it back without necessarily changing the content because that's what we have agreed on. All right. Changing social norms.
Sorry for dragging us back.
no problem.
Just state funding. Can we say to subsidize? Because when you put that funding completely, they might dive out of it.
State
Funded.
So who pays for the subsidies?
It can be a PPP, it can be a public private partnership.
You know what I'm saying? So that there is like a gap for them to not, you don't create a gap for them to dodge. Because if you say fund, it means that everything, and the next thing you hear there are no funds. But if there is opportunity, okay, we'll pay half. Previously, in Nigeria, nobody pays, you pay your bill. So if you have opportunity for.
So what I'm looking at this, so when you say state-funded hospital, does it mean people don't pay?
People pay.
Yeah. So the idea is to say state create a shelter.
No, we're talking about medical now. That's what I'm even looking at. That's the first
medical aid services. Okay, so medical aid services. Okay, so go ahead. So we know. I'm just
looking at even the state funded.
Yes.
I know that in some shelters they even make the residents at it do activities that generate fund.
So that center is owned by who?
Even old state owned, they still have private funds.
Okay. Because the reason I'm saying it is, I think in Sierra Leone you have 2 state funded, right? Survival centers.
Yeah, the shelters.
By government or donor.
It's not, so even in the same thing like in Nigeria, you have states that are owned, centers that are owned by states. For instance, they provide that funding for them. But most time the funding for those things comes from donor. Right?
Yes.
So in FCT, for instance, because I did a mapping of all shelters for the Ministry of Women Affairs, they have federal shelter that is sponsored by the Ministry of Women Affairs. They
Yes.
have a budget for it and all of
Yes.
that. Then we have other shelters that are run by private sector. But even the ministry sometimes do not even put adequate resources in maintaining of those shelters. So people even come there, they may not have food, they may not have even support for medical and other kinds of support in it. So maybe if we are saying full adequate budget allocation for state-funded facilities.
You know, we
There are
should
so many
have
things.
run away from adequate budget allocation, adequate budget release.
Yes.
Not allocation.
Allocation, they'll put 200 billion. You will see a dime. So,
So we are going to do a writing on this. There are going to be a narrative to this.
this is not a strategic document should not be too bulky.
So there's no too much.
No, the trilogy is already in your report.
Okay, so instead of saying state-funded and or
Okay. And or
subsidized.
okay.
Okay.
All right. Because why I was running away from the word subsidy is every facility of government actually it's always subsidized, so to say. If they stay funded, they still look for money elsewhere. But let the structure be state-owned, unlike driven by USAID. Once they close, the shelter itself closes. And we are faced with that challenge today. But state-owned remains. It may be poor, but it's there. Okay, all right. We can go ahead. All right, let's look at the changing social norms.
I think for this, for saying embed gender sensitive education in national curricula, it's good, but it's broad. It's not targeted as to what we're trying to change. And that's one thing that we mentioned, that the interventions around Vawg has mostly been reactive, like targeted at survivors and not preventive. So we need to find a way that it captures.
So no, create it. That's why we're here. Just create it, then we can all look at it.
So we can now say, instead of just embedding, we can now say create targeted civic educations for young women and girls to be able to prevent or safeguard themselves from violence.
From violence.
Yeah,
You don't need the target again.
Women and girls.
You don't need target again when you have the target named women and girls. You need
Yes, also for young, we can also have men, boys.
Sorry, just
Okay.
Yes.
take it first.
I was also thinking with social norms, the traditional leaders, the root we need to target them.
Exactly.
So let's have should I say targeted engagements with traditional leaders and regional in communities. Because for changing social norms, they are the gatekeepers. Without them, we can't.
Sorry, targeted.
What did I even say? Targeted engagements with traditional leaders and religious leaders.
Social and moral needs.
Cultural. Okay.
traditional.
Because moral leaders are religious leaders. They can be whether imam or pastor or this.
I think religious.
Some of them are abusing the women and the girls.
The same. But anyway, I think I'm innocent.
If you're making any point, please make it smart.
Yeah.
Don't forget our smart principles. So if we need to remove target engagement, that's what I'm talking about. So it's something that's straight up. All right.
I want us to look critically at point 2.
Okay.
Civic education for
Young
women.
women, girls.
This seems to be placing the burden on women and girls to prevent.
Added point.
No, it's there to prevent. The burden is on them.
His burden is on
Not
them.
respond to.
Exactly. So my take would be, can we say social invest in social norm programs that will prevent violence against women and girls. In that way, everybody is responsible, both the church and moral leaders and all those.
Okay. Then I just talk of number one, too. Rather than encourage legislation, we have them. We have agreed in this conference that there's enough of them. So encourage this and implement. If possible, implement. Is that
Don't remove the legislation.
no? I mean encourage. Implement legislation that
Enforce.
Mhm.
Enforce.
or enforce. That's the right word. Yes. Yes.
That's taking for granted that the legislation
Exists.
When you say
So,
enforcement.
Enforce actually tell you where it does not exist, you then bring it on.
So, and I think we can
It can be a
expand to
misconception.
say enforce existing legislation while improving on them. Yeah, so it's like I can both capture non-existing legislation.
Okay. Okay. What about enforce, pass, pass?
It's enforce and enact.
Should be enact and enforce.
Yes, enact comes.
Enact and enforce. Okay. All right. That's all it. Any? Yes. Vera. Then I'll come back.
Legislation.
The social norms, I think when we spoke about education is more at school level. So we need one for community level that also targets the larger community in terms of stigma and also survivor-led campaigns that we can look at. So I'm looking at the first one is legislation, national curriculum, that's education level, but at the community level, we also need to have some.
But the way it is framed, it has actually left it at not at school program.
It says national
Yes, national curriculum. What does that mean?
It's usually a system.
Yes, so it doesn't mean it's in a school.
It is.
It is.
National curriculum?
Yes. Speaks to school. All the.
But I think so. Point three might capture
That we also intended to leaders.
Yes.
So we are looking at a broader campaign and outreach that we need to.
Okay, invest in social norm programs. Programs is programs.
If you
I get what I'm saying.
that you lose it.
Okay.
This is because we are doing action points. If you don't target and mention certain things, you lose it. This is education, it's perfect, it's fine. We are targeting young ones in school and the national curriculum, but we need a public sensitization. A lot more people are not in school. And so we can't just limit it. We need to highlight that as well.
So probably would not be, maybe just to add to say, invest in social norm programs that prevent or reduce violence against women and girls in national education curriculum. And because
as we can just make it a new point.
Or a new point, yes, education, national education curriculum. There are all manner of curriculum. Your training program in your school is a curriculum.
Education, the curriculum, because it targets school and maybe different strategy for schools. And then it will be different.
What about education curriculum?
I was doing that. They say I should make difference.
Let's see if
And civic education.
community.
My point has to do with the people who work in the support services for like the judicial service, the police. We should have a targeted intervention for how they deal with survivors of domestic violence, because a lot of research shows that how they treat the victims, one of the reasons why they don't report. So you can have a very good law which criminalizes, but people will not report or go through the system because people are not sensitive to their needs. So can we have that?
You want to look at top one, target engagement with law enforcement.
Yes, law enforcement. Let's add them. Law enforcement. Yes.
Health personnel.
Judicial service.
Judicial, as we have it in a recommendation, actually. Yeah.
Okay, I think one of the things.
Yes.
The military separate.
Does law enforcement include the military?
No.
Yes. No, it's the law enforcement.
They say military and law enforcement.
Okay.
They separate themselves. They are military and law enforcement. As you don't
They are not law enforcement.
They don't call themselves security.
Okay, on say security too. Okay.
Security time, but if
All right.
law enforcement, military will remove them. So.
With security,
Yeah.
The security sector. Yes, that one.
We can.
Target engagement with security sector, health, security, health sector, the personnel, it should be health sector too.
So I think we cannot also change social norms without localization, because we need to find out to localize in local languages, especially around.
That's why it's target.
Sometimes you might lose it, like she said, until we insert it there that we have to localize whatever communication, whatever interventions that we are doing, and not just go there to speak English and French.
Okay, which is good, but I'm actually speaking as an NGO person anyway.
Exactly. That is why we have to not like we are just to ourselves.
Target. When you target,
Make sure it's.
yes, it's localized. You target it. So when you are speaking to Gen Z, you won't speak those big English. You use the acronyms Gen Z, to engage. That's the target. Yeah. So, that makes it. Okay, Faith, quickly go ahead.
I think I need to draw attention to the fact that this advocacy strategy is targeted at policy influencers.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at, we're looking at national parliamentarians and parliamentarians within the ECOWAS institution and within the region. So if you begin to look at national education curricula, targeted engagements with security sector, health personnel, judicial service, these are not the people that we mapped out yesterday. If I am that's what we mapped out yesterday. These are not the guys.
Go back. This is social norms.
It means some of the
They are not correct.
They are not.
Exactly.
So
we have to.
So
So if you look at the strategic objective of this document, it says to influence national parliaments and ECOWAS parliament to prioritize, enact and enforce laws and policies that address vouching effectively with clear budgetary allocations. We even said we're going to add allocations and sorry.
Yeah, let's go back.
The objective.
And foreign leaders for
No. Moral leaders are actually stakeholders that will push parliamentarians to do the right thing. So you may not. So your strategy, usually when you design strategy, you are looking at you design stakeholders to reach them. For instance, in this room, who know the ECOWAS Parliament President directly? In this room. So it means that we cannot reach. But you know somebody that can reach. So when we want to change, we may be out of base, but it's connected, I think. Because, yes.
Saying that there are certain points based on what Faith has just told us.
So,
one example.
So let's look at this, enact and enforce.
It's correct.
That one is correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Which one specifically? Invest
In
social norm program.
okay, so
That one
let's
pass. Is this
No,
top
but-
one?
Target. Remove that target.
So we are not asking these guys to.
Target. I said target now. Just move target. No. I know your type is different from what you're speaking. Target. So if there's a law and it has been enforced, is the parliamentarian coming to enforce it?
No.
Exactly. So you need these people that you have engaged. So at the end of the day, it's in layers. So these are your stakeholders that help whatever action we need to get them to be done.
Okay, that's right. What he's trying to say is that any law that has been done in the country, they just do the law and don't
So I've added the phrase there.
engage with the security sector.
Is it at the level of? Is it at the level of?
We're trying to change norms
Because
now.
Parliament plays an oversight role, right?
Mhm.
They make sure that the law is implemented.
Mhm.
And so that oversight role, they can call these people or the heads of these organizations to order
And
and say,
engage.
how is the law being enforced? So we
Yes.
have to look at both their lawmaking and their oversight
Their
role.
oversight.
Yes.
Although their oversight is not to the
It's not to the
to
people.
the executive, it's to the executive.
No, but the people are able to influence it. Sometimes you can go through your
Yes,
MP, get a statement to get them to. So that's what we also do. We
Yeah.
engage them to do that.
Not to say.
Yes, sir. Wow. Pass microphone, please.
It appears the objective statement is also causing the Obviously. Yes. So why don't you expand it a bit? It appears to be a bit narrow. Just ask some stakeholders in it.
Yes, because it's just
It covers that. Okay.
Ask stakeholders.
But the burden doesn't rely on only national parliaments.
Because
there are other broad stakeholders who play complementary roles.
You get to your implementation framework, you can then begin to unpack some of this.
Yeah.
It depends on what is it clearly that we want with this document. If it's what we are seeing here, and this is the people we are targeting and focusing on. So what we then do is to develop a strategy that targets them.
But you must ask stakeholders if you want to cover everybody.
Yeah.
The stakeholder is who is bad, who is benefiting. So we must ask stakeholders.
so it's to say to influence national parliament and relevant stakeholders.
Yes.
So the subjective, I'm trying to think where we got it from the research. Is it from the proposal?
Is looking at the proposal, also the research. The research heavily highlighted policy implementing,
Yes.
and even part of
So it wasn't to national parliament or ECOWAS parliament. I mean, sorry, I'm just saying this now. We'll be actually be reducing our work. You mentioned ECOWAS president.
Exactly.
no, because we are looking at for a regional action. It's a regional thing. So going beyond, even in the project design and implementation. So it's going beyond targeting national parliamentarians.
National government.
Yes, and also the ECOWAS government.
And then national government.
ECOWAS, the national government
should be fed.
Not parliament.
Once you say government, that means you switch to executive.
No, there are 3 arms of government.
Becky, that's this is
No, we don't. There are 3 arms of government. We are the executive.
Expanding by yourself.
Parliament have reduced it.
Okay, so that we need to just know if
No, when you say government, this is not English language. Government has 3 arms.
yes.
The mistake we are making, which of course some of us are, you see, the same president this was King Buhari for helping them when you are government. You know, sometimes parliamentarian will point to that this government is not working.
That's an anomaly in Nigeria.
No, but yes, no.
Because the honest truth is lawmaking, you need all 3 arms. Usually, apart from the prime members bill, the law can come from the executive, go through parliament and everything. So I think you should stick to the government. Just that we are thinking about the 3 arms of government. Because they are all, yes, you need the president's consent. Because we have a law that was the one that the president has not consented to. That is still, you can have a law, but if it's not assented to, it's not effective. So let's stick to government and the 3 arms of government.
Yes. Then for parliament, rather than use ECOWAS parliament, when you use ECOWAS parliament, you can also open it the way we have opened national.
the parliament.
No, ECOWAS.
So relevant stakeholders.
So, because somehow the ECOWAS commission is the one who runs it. You don't have access to the heads of government at the meeting level. That's why Paul was talking about the ECOSOC. As of this time, there's no ECOSOC.
Festival.
Yes. So what do we add to? Do we go through the commission who runs on behalf of the heads of government? Because the truth of the matter is that ECOWAS parliament, the children are here, let's see, off the microphone. ECOWAS parliament. Dictate. Yes. Yes, sir.
ECOWAS parliament.
Yes.
Where does the ECOWAS charter takes its root from? Or where did it come from? The ECOWAS charter, where did it come from? And the charter is applicable because many parliaments have ratified them. I know in Ghana, for example, when the Electoral Commission wanted to make some amendments to the electoral process, and because we have ratified the ECOWAS charter on good governance elections standards,
Yes.
we use that
Yeah.
to show them Because they have a time limit, that's 6 months.
6 months.
To
You
election.
can't amend the
You can't
electoral
amend.
act. Yes.
So we were able to do that.
You did that based on your national government action. You didn't do that because it was you wrote to ECOWAS parliament.
ECOWAS generated. Let's start.
So the ECOWAS parliament did not change the charter.
30 more minutes for
It's the work of ECOWAS parliament.
No, it's the heads of state that identifies it. That's why it's a problem.
Between ECOWAS and the heads of state of ECOWAS.
So it's parliament. So there's ECOWAS courts. There's ECOWAS parliament.
30 more minutes for
That means
But there is a vision.
there's ECOWAS commission who's directly under ECOWAS heads of state. So I'm actually bringing up the politics within the ECOWAS region. So if you understand it like that, if you go and target the Speaker of House of Parliament, ECOWAS Parliament, you have just reached an individual. But if you reach Madapio, you have reached the court, you have reached the Parliament, you have reached everybody. Because the decision of ECOWAS made at the level of heads of states.
Yes.
And it stops there. So that's why part of the quarrel is that the parliament is not operational. The court, how many court cases have ECOWAS decided, including NSAS. Today, the 10 million naira awarded is in the bush.
About only recently, about 2 weeks ago or so,
you are paying the government.
the suspended chief justice of Ghana,
Yes,
the female we were discussing,
yes,
she went to the ECOWAS court.
yes.
Why did he have to go to the ECOWAS court?
Sir, I don't know if I may not have the evidence yet. There are cases ECOWAS court have decided against Ghana that was never implemented.
There's data on it. The countries that have denied compliance to rulings. There's a lot.
Yeah.
But there's evidence that it's a ruling.
So
Yes.
Go to ECOWAS court just to document it and have privilege.
So that precedent, yes.
What the ruling in favor of?
The issue between the Gambia citizens in Ghana who implemented it. ECOWAS court decided in favor of the Gambians. But the Ghana not implemented.
As for violation, that exactly.
Someday in the future it can be used. So what I'm trying to do, so because of time, so that we don't consume that to the parliament with produce immediately. So when I say someday in the future, but what we can do is have the ECOWAS state commission. I'm not saying we should leave away parliament. I'm saying let's plot it from parliament only. See what I'm saying? And I'm asking, which one do we use? The same way we have asked for national government, ECOWAS, what do we do? What do we say?
Commission and permanent.
I think that in doing all these things, we must not forget thoughts of public opinion.
Fantastic citizens.
So even though the implementation or whatever the court rules may not be binding or they will not abide by it, in the court of public opinion, it holds a major sway.
Fantastic. And that's what Honorable was saying. Go on social media, go and take picture of your parliament. Those are all court of public opinion. You put it outside to distract. I think I like the way it is.
yeah.
ECOWAS.
Yeah.
So let's not.
Thanks for
Thank you. All right. So can I move up now? So now, humanitarian.
Move this. We move past it.
So I want to say, do we need to include anything based on the new conversation? But, no, only on parliamentarian. I think the other ones are a bit fine. Strengthen parliamentary committee. Do we strengthen or we engage them?
Is engaged.
Exactly. So you see, language can begin to change now based on new knowledge. This man is very threatening me with eye. Yes, okay.
So for Ghana, for instance, if you want to engage them, it comes with money.
Fantastic.
You need a lot of money to engage them. If you want them to play oversight rules,
Yeah.
how are you giving them the research? So I think strengthening also works because you have to equip them with the necessary resources.
No,
Else
the
they won't-
conversation is not even in strengthening. It's actually first thing. How do you use spending monitor? First and foremost is to implement. It's the implementation that is the issue, it's not monitoring.
But they will not implement, it's not a policy.
No,
Come and start function.
If you engage and strengthen, that's what they want.
Right. You see, like when we use words that you know it's not going to work, why would you need to use it? So, for instance, you're going to be facilitating and say, I want to strengthen your committee. How's the last time he will answer you?
Okay.
You want to strengthen you. The first basis is engage. They look more friendly, or you can say, sit down and talk. Like we talked about yesterday, they'll say, meet and greet with your training. Then you just find a way out. So, it's something on this. Not be state funded, so we have already done that. We think we are okay, right? Madam, first move, target audience, exactly. So this is it. Now, in doing all of this, we are targeting these individuals. And if you check everything here, the first one is not parliament, second one is parliament, third is not parliament, and the third there, gender directorate, political affairs, there are two directorates there.
Yeah.
Then you come to ECOWAS Court, judiciary, ECOWAS Bank. So when you say ECOWAS Bank, again, how would they influence? Anybody? Quickly?
It's tricky. I don't see the attribution strong here.
Yes, that's true. Unless you want to support them to develop maybe their own gender policy. They actually don't have a say in the entire architecture.
For their ECOWAS Bank for investment and development.
Yes.
If they can they not release funds that are targeted at some of the things that we
Based on what is directed. CPA will not release money when not directed.
Yeah.
And that's no, if you find a strong point to it, fine. That's what I'm saying. But we can leave it and say, once we engage, we cannot pursue them to invest. All right. That could be a good narrative. Well, let's move on.
Should it be speaker? Number 2, should it be speaker of or speaker and members?
Yes, I just think we should leave it as ECOWAS Parliament, the same way we did ECOWAS Court of Justice.
Yeah.
On the bank.
I don't know what informed them to put it, but I think it should not be removed. I know that I have led even to the Central Bank of Nigeria. We were told that there were billions waiting for women. But I led our directors to a meeting with their directors and the whole team. They said yes, they have about 70 billion or something like that to give to women. But the director said yes.
Where they are not
In Nigeria, yes.
Well, people are not.
He said it's not about awareness. He said his pain is that no woman from the state can benefit from it because of the barriers. There's a lot of barriers. So if we are going to talk to ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, there must be a special strategy.
Yeah.
For which women can access.
Yes.
So all of those things, it doesn't just work that way. But so I think if we are talking of gender-based violence, the issues of violence is associated with poverty, of lack of provision, of how people can also survive.
All right, please push the microphone this way. Thank you.
As you see, I'm wearing the uniform. Women's Lean Bank. So that's why it's important to leave it there. Okay, for collaboration and because violence against women, the reason why we're trying to establish this is because most of the time, from what we heard from women, not just women in the informal sector, but even women like ourselves, when we go to banks, the first thing, or majority of the time, if you request for a loan, somebody wants to take you to dinner. Somebody wants to buy lunch for you.
Correlation.
So you have what I call, the psychological interest rates and the bank interest rates, which is very tied to sexual harassment within the financial sector. So it's a key impediment to, for women to actually access finance. So, but we can also engage with them because if we start in Sierra Leone, I know that Ghana recently tabled, you let me know, I think it was driven by the, recently tabled the Women's Development Bank. So in we are beginning to see initiatives like so. ECOWAS Bank for Investments is very crucial.
Yes, and I think we have agreed on that. Close call. Okay.
So I just wanted to add my voice to this. A couple of years back, ADB gave a bank in Sierra Leone some funding for women empowerment. And this fund have been lying down 3-4 years. So we went to investigate what happened to these funds, and only to realize that the funds didn't actually go down to community women who would have thought would have benefited because it was for their economic empowerment, but rather they had used the funds to recruit a Harvard consultant. A Harvard consultant who conducted a study. The study was never disseminated. The funds were left in the bank, and at the end of the day, they had to return this funding back to the ADB. So I think it's good that banks, private sector are involved in this kind of conversation, because then they know when they have that fund what they want, what they should do with it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, because that's a dimension. Because we all have agreed there's a collateral issue, and there are all manner of issues that once you place them there, issue of right, land that usually stand as collateral are the.
We don't have.
I know that's Sierra Leone.
Sierra
Sierra Leone
Leone,
has,
yes.
yes, but I'm just saying generally,
Yeah.
knowledge of existence of that central bank home, and then that came up. I think it was when I was at the GA in Action A. We at some point after you were everywhere around the world, we sat with the authority at the CBN to say, now that you will know. But the question was that, will you stand as collateral? Everybody started withdrawing back. So at some point, as women collective, can we begin to say, we are standing as collateral? Maybe we discuss that, but that's not for this
I
conversation.
think it would be good to really discuss this because and share best practice, because what we're doing in Sierra Leone, okay, at the moment, where the central bank has waived the we have what they call movable collateral. So if it's your paper table, it's your collateral. And we've been doing something now in partnership with the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, okay, where we have women who have been saving for the past 3 years. They get their loans, no land paper, nothing. And because that's what my business does, right? Our women have saved close to $500,000. We're giving loans just under $400,000. As I speak, we have 0%, zero non-performing loans.
Okay.
So it's working where,
Apparently, you're using the LACO model.
not
National government, you see, you have included executive, women affairs. So that's what we say is government. So we are then Ghana, the same thing, majority leader, then Togo, and of course, other West African countries.
Yeah, it was nice.
Any other one?
It's not the 2S. Did you decide to call the Sierra
Yeah, I think
Cross Party? Did you decide that, or
which Sierra Leone
that's not
Cross Party Women
That's what
Caucus.
they call themselves?
Okay, which one?
No, just a female parliamentary.
Caucus. Okay.
Female
All
what?
right. But what I think we can do, rather than make it national Nigeria, Ghana, can we just remove the countries and make it West Africa? Since it's national government. So when you say National Assembly, all the countries have.
Can I?
Okay. But at the end of the day, we are not reaching West Africa.
They're different.
I just want to say that when we put national governments, we were speaking yesterday and even up until this morning, we said we are losing the community. The closest governance to the people is the local government. We have the councillors at that level. And the monies that are given, even the loans that are taken from the states first directly. And that they are removed from the local government subventions. So we need to, if we want to put governments or government bodies, we can put it, but always include the local government. because you can generate the laws even from that level to the state level. But what we are saying here now, we say, okay, like women affairs committees. There are in 14 states in Nigeria, not a single woman in the Women Affairs Committee. So who is discussing women's issues? So we need to, I just thought that bring that up.
Yes, so the assumption is that we don't want to call national government of Nigeria, which is actually national, subnational, and local. If that's the assumption, we have to then begin to quote and expand. But if I see national government at the level of outside my country, I see it as government downward. But if I'm in Nigeria, national government for me will be federal government. So we have the federal government, we have the state, and we have the local authority. And these are the national government. These are, no, I don't call it national government. These are the governments. But we understand the Nigerian system. Nigerian system, we almost have agreed that there's nothing like local government administration.
I not agree on this.
I said we almost have agreed. I'm a student. Madam, no, I've criticized local government for too long. I'm tired. So let's just move on. Well, as far as I'm concerned today, local government, Nashiga, Faith, continue. All right. Yes. No, what resolve now? Let's bring it down to national government. So what would you want us to call it?
If you're talking about National Assembly, it ends now. So how do you bring in even the State Assembly and the local government?
Okay, so in that case, if I can say state, national, state and local government, target, something like that, you would have.
Government at all levels.
And within the sub, like which country? So I'm just thinking, if you say national and local governments, yeah, and then once we've spaced it out as it is, then we can add district governance. So or councillors, or now before councillors, you have the district governance or the mayors and things like that. Then we can add them with the sub groups that we put under each country.
Okay, fair to understand that.
I think maybe say national, sub-national, local government, and parliament, not lead or leadership, not assembly. In the local government, they don't call it.
Yes, they don't call it assembly.
The heading, do we say national and local governments?
So if you say that will be okay in Sierra Leone, in Nigeria it will not be okay. Then so Ghana, it will not be okay.
Different levels.
And government at different level, there's a government at the regional level. But we wanted to target this national government. But there's ECOWAS, we just finished ECOWAS.
The top heading is okay. But now the countries now.
You want to say country governments?
Let's just go. We can look at it.
Okay, we can. Yes, fair. Last word.
So it's only Sierra Leone we have the president, but I think if you're looking at national government, presidents are also critical.
Yeah.
But for Ghana, because we have a female vice president, we say presidents and also mention vice president to their target there as well.
All right. So that was actually why I said I wanted to remove those countries so that it will be cross-cutting to reach, because you can't have access to the president, reach the president.
Or we'll just say executive and parliament.
That's the easiest way. Executive, parliament, and judiciary.
Presidency.
I mean, you have covered national government at all levels of the country.
Yes.
No. Don't agree.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, please tell us.
Yes, national government is national government. But you see, a lot of the times it's in juggling everything together that sometimes we tend to miss out. Some people are not detailed, some people just something from the surface. But when you sectorize it, everybody's looking at it and say, oh, okay, this can be done. We should have thought of that. So, I mean, the ink is not crying. Let's leave it like that.
So you see, part of the politics that we know today, just looking at Nigeria, your target in Nigeria will not change anything. As I stand here, go and target everybody in the National Assembly. Target them. It will not, nothing will change. True of us, Nigerians. First, you are Ghanaians.
First,
You are from Benue, so you are. So the reason I say it is this: National Assembly leadership is just about the House of Representatives added to it. That's National Assembly. But Women Affairs Committee does not answer. Okay, that's the National Assembly. Women Affairs Committee. That's the National Assembly. Strategic committee, that's the parliamentary level. So where is the executive?
Executive, because we don't have time, so we can add it.
That's what I'm saying.
I said, well, honestly, it's easy. Executive, not the women are listening.
See now, we're not going down. That's what we suggested. Add the committee, executive, so where is the national assembly? Just say
Affairs should not be now committee, should be ministry.
something like that.
Remember, it's defined to us because an assignment was given to us with a specific focus, and that is what was done and imputed here. So when we announce say it's not going to work, we just put. So if
Okay, no.
we did yesterday,
Okay, sorry, I didn't know who did it. This is
The way
we see we are now validating and bringing. I'm going to say it now. Oh, sorry, that was annoying. I take it back. What is this?
But if you are taking.
No, you have not started, you have declared project over. All right, one.
point, don't say but, let's put their point.
Okay, all right. Okay, go ahead. Please go ahead.
I just want to, because what I think we are seeing here, if we leave this place, what are the strategies that we're going to adopt? We have a bill in Nigeria before the National Assembly. That bill, when it is passed at the national level, it is going nowhere unless you have the state assembly, 24 states houses assembly. So if you don't acknowledge it here, what I'm saying is that the group has done a beautiful work. Now the whole house is looking at it. So the group should not be angry. I'm a member of that group as well. If there is anything that because if you take this home, you go and do your work at the national level, you don't go to the other levels, which are critical. Because the National Assembly is told us, they say, if you don't work for 24 houses to pass it, the law cannot be imputed into the Constitution. So I'm just saying we should look at that.
And secondly, Auntie Kechi, we didn't have a group called Nigeria. There was no group called Nigeria Group.
I
understand. No,
I'll take my space.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
A tax was given to us, and the tax is national government, national parliament, and the ECOWAS. It was a clear tax, and we sat down and we did this work and put it there, right? If we are then validating, my point, I don't have an issue with saying wrong or right. My point is that let's not. The way you frame it, that makes you frame it. I like the words have powers, right? So if you are saying, oh, this thing, we need to add additional information, that's what we're saying. So we will not say we're adding additional information because just like you said earlier, that we need to expand, and we expanded from national parliament to government, right? So that's what I'm saying. So let's be kind and remember that we didn't have this pre-information yesterday to be able to add this. That's my point.
All right. I think let's move on. So that it doesn't look as if we are, because we went back and corrected and started looking down. On that basis, maybe the comment I made annoyed you.
Yes. Annoy me also.
Okay. Sorry. Let's move on. So we don't make it
Let's be kind to ourselves. That's what I'm saying.
Before this work, very well work the team.
You don't
Let's go ahead.
violence.
Let's
Violence.
action point. 1 year project. Please go down. Okay, we already message. Messages. All right, please look through.
No, this. If we have to add government, women affairs ministry, for instance, in Nigeria, I think we should feel for Ghana, Sierra Leone, Togo, and Nigeria.
Okay, so maybe what I didn't say is that I suggested earlier, and the reason was that all of them are important. In your country, the ones that you don't need to target is okay. But this is a regional advocacy plan. In your country can be present in you understand? But now that we're not making it specific, it will take us more time to be able to look at all of them. But we said we should make it country level. So I withdrew from my initial thought.
Right.
So, like here now, we have to then look at Senegal, we have to then look at Togo, and they are not in the room. And again, we move on. Please,
Okay.
advocacy message. If you are not looking on this at the screen, I will look for somebody to come and wake you. Okay. 4 messages, but it can be more. But these are key messages that we think you can use. We can move on because of time. If you have messages, just type it and send to Faith. Just reply your email. Yes.
Like the messages I'm seeing, like I'm not seeing messages towards persons with disability. So the one I want us to add is like accessibility is better than sympathy. Yes.
And that is actually not for persons with disability.
Oh, yes.
Access is for everybody. It's better than sympathy.
Advocacy message, parliamentarians must move from law on paper to implementation in practice. It's not their rule. It's not their rule. So.
There are no implementations. First side is follow up. Supervision. You go to
Somebody mentioned legislation. I think they just captured the thing. Hello, ma. Please look at it. But if we say legislation must move from law on paper to implementation, does it not sound?
No, implementation.
No, legislation.
It's not their rule.
No, legislation, no legislation.
Yeah.
Right? So whoever passes is fine, but it must move from paper to. That makes sense. Legislation. Yeah. Yes. All right. Thank you for setting that my own. First time I set my own. Thank God.
Yes.
I think that one yes.
And I think we should remove the laws. The legislation must. Yes. Change must move from paper to.
Yeah, to implementation in practice.
Okay. So
Good.
we assume that it is only on paper, that is not online.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, next.
Say one.
Which one is that? They talk about budget that ignore violence against women, eventual violence.
Then finance is just not two in one method. That's it should be on its own. Yes, or we say financing for justice. Means budget allocation because beyond the budget is about it's okay.
Finance.
Can you help us create it?
In practice should be removed. Legislations must move from paper to implementation.
Yeah.
So you remove the in practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
See that.
What's practical?
Two good health.
Very good.
There's not two healths are not better than one.
It has to be.
Only two good healths. All right, let's move.
But we let me sit on the first one. Can we break it down?
Okay.
Because advocacy messages are supposed to be clear, and straightforward to understand. It's a very good one, but the creative is a big one.
No, help us to just read it so that we can adopt it.
Requirements.
Okay, well, I'll come.
Okay, she'll come back to number one. Yeah, move on, madam. We are almost there. When the last page saying accessibility and inclusion is better than sympathy. Or we don't want to make it just inclusion. Yes. Okay.
Yes. Please, feedbacks against. Say accessibility and accessibility and include.
It's a right.
It's the right.
It's a right.
Okay. It's a right.
So this is right.
Okay. Accessibility and inclusion is a right.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, it has been expanded now. Yes. All right. So next step.
Now I'm just thinking.
Okay.
Is the that create music that stream
Absolutely.
is the must.
So these are more like an action that look like a roadmap, partners and all that. Policy engagement, equals advocacy.
Sorry, this one is what?
So what are the actions to be taken?
No, like a plan.
Okay.
your trajectory.
So who are the lead actors?
So there's a lead actor, right? So I'm thinking that we may arise from this session and have a collective Ghana's movement architecture where we agree and have a name. West Africa something. Meanwhile, the report has actually advocated for a supplementary protocol on heavy violence against women and girls in the region. So part of what we want to do is, are we looking at policy which already exists in ECOWAS, because that policy does exist. I was privileged to contribute to that policy some years ago. But that's just a policy for West for ECOWAS. It does not come out to member states. It's supplementary protocol. The ones that state member state adopt, which actually requires some very rigorous process. So which one do you want to do? Enhance the ECOWAS policy, which is only for ECOWAS Commission, or want to go out and meet the regional thing. But again, one is easier, the other one is better, but longer. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm just looking at that first one. Policy engagement, convene parliamentary roundtables in West Africa. So that's towards the harmonization or
For knowledge base, and we can.
because I'm looking at the strategic action that has been identified. So these activities must be responding
to them, yes.
So if it's parliamentary roundtable in West Africa, so will that be towards, please just go back to your very first level action. So we know where this is tied. No,
first level, the very first one.
Strategic activities. Yes, down.
The first one, yeah.
So is it responding to issues around domestication and harmonization of framework? Is it towards strengthening enforcement and accountability, or towards the parliamentary oversight?
So, for instance, that number one, whatever you domesticate at the West African level, you are no longer looking at what national government has. So you now have what they call, like today, the chairman was talking about supplementary protocol on good governance and democracy. So countries in West Africa are supposed to obey the tenets of that protocol because everyone signed up to it. So if you must harmonizing across West Africa means that it has to be at that level of, either you call it a charter or a protocol that is jointly agreed upon by all member states.
Okay, so also my question is,
yes,
this first activity we have,
yes, ma'am,
will contribute to the realization of funds. And is it sufficient enough?
No.
No. I just want to.
No. That's why I said we can always. I just wanted us to look at it based on new knowledge. Like you said a few minutes ago, until we went to cruise, we were looking at parliament. We had left parliament. So when you see parliament now, if you hold that meeting, it's okay. But which impact does it have?
Absolutely, that's where I'm working.
Yes, that's the yeah. So just go to the plan. We can. Yes, Madam.
It's just an observation I want to make. If you are going to have a meeting with the parliament, what message are you carrying? Because you meet them, if you're going to see the speaker of the ECOWAS parliament, you are going there with a message. So there has to be a wholesome approach in the sense that when you are going, what change do you want to see? What change do you want them to make? Designing the messages to all the levels, very, very important. So I think there is a lot to be done in terms of the message. The communique that will come out from here today will also influence the kind of message that will deliver, so that if you are going to meet the ECOWAS parliament, or if you are going to meet your national government, there is a similar message that we are going to sing through. So I'm just identifying that when you say you are convening a meeting for the ECOWAS people or the ECOWAS government, because I have led a meeting to the ECOWAS parliament before, and where there was a sitting, the speaker allowed us to come in and present our issue. And if you are not ready and you go there and they give you the permission to deliver something, you will lose that opportunity. So it's important to prepare what is it. So in advocacy, you target your specific targets, you target messages. and what change you want to see. We must be organized to do this together.
Mother, that's why I was telling Madam Kechi that we can always reframe this. Because reading this one for me looked like convene parliamentary roundtable in West Africa. It means that all parliamentarians in West Africa will convene. This is not ECOWAS parliament.
So will it be double? Because you want to
Exactly. No, that's why we are critiquing. That's why we are on this table. I'm just providing, and it's actually the word devil's advocate, but that's what I'm actually pushing. Because the language, man, I'm not going to mash leg again.
frame it.
Maybe.
Parliamentarians, we know in our national parliament.
So convene, yes.
Some parliamentarians have been very good champions for us, and so we could have a conversation, CSOs, and some selected. In fact, we don't even need all everyone's parliament in one. We have some selected key voices that support and champion selectors. So I think it's
Convene roundtable for selected parliamentarians in West Africa.
yes, we can do that.
Okay, all right. But again, we'll just try to improve that. Maybe I just want to ask.
I'll delete that.
Yes, somebody asked lead actor. Okay, I've got the WAPF there. Okay, just scroll up. Scroll so we can end it. We're already in third page. We're already ending. We're going for a short another panel. Then we can quickly end for today. All right, look at it. Aqua's advocacy, based on new knowledge, we can still improve on this. And we'll share before we make the document. Maybe that would be better for us. When we have improved on it, by the time we are now at home, we'll share this. Okay, yes, Honorable.
I'm just, listening and looking. I've not seen, unless I missed it, something on engaging the private sector.
Okay. So the banks, will you consider the bank as private sector? Okay.
Mining companies, there's quite a lot.
There's women in mining, there's all much. So, yeah, private sector. Then there was a suggestion by the minister yesterday. I also didn't see it. Maybe I don't know whether it's relevant to put it. That committee of the ministerial alliance and
Female ministers.
yes, then she now said there's already one that exists. That rather we create a new one, let's strengthen one that exists.
But the minister said that all of them are German, but I had
Okay.
I said she could also start by activating that and building on it.
All right. I like the suggestion given to her by the president of ECOWAS to say, why don't you start with the minister of gender first? And right in this country, there's an opportunity. The chair of ECOWAS right now is the one she is serving. She can actually create that. The next meeting of ECOWAS is moving from Abuja to maybe Ghana or Sierra Leone. So if it comes to Sierra Leone, she can actually take the opportunity of inviting the other Ministry of Gender to come to Sierra Leone and hold the first meeting. For me, that's an opportunity that can go. But we can discuss that for the Faith, just quickly around so we can. So we have a monitoring, capacity building, of course, monitoring and accountability. We track resource allocation, so we can begin to look at state level commitment to Ministry of Gender and Women Affairs or Children Affairs. It depends on your name, the country calls it. So this we said is going to be a living document. Living document means that at any point in time, strategies we learn that can work, we will always change it. It's only ensure solidarity. Just like what they must operate as solidarity network. There's a challenge in a country, other countries in West Africa will still in that country. So it's become another network if we agree moving forward to say there's an issue in Togo affecting women, a statement can be released. For instance, I was going to just mention about that, what Ghana coalition did, and they couldn't release that statement. Send the statement to outsiders. We will release it. It's as simple as that. So send us the report. The truth matter is when we talk about that thing that happened between the former EC and what has happened now.
Come to the camera. We know they see you for the live.
Okay. Not is that did each one happen? Did anyone follow any mission? Because sometimes responding to certain action needs to also look at that somebody is a woman and it does the wrong processes and it's who doesn't mean you have to fight. So we have to know at what point. And any of the government has shared issues where a woman had issues, they backed out because there was an she didn't connection. Still back out. They must be something. Every decision we make is political. So you have to understand. Even NGOs, we are political, we make political decisions. And you may not agree. But what is politics? Politics is the authoritative invocation of such resource. Whatever you do or say is a political decision. Why do you decide to speak about Ghana, Cameroon, and Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Nigeria in this board? Because the resources is poor. So they identify which one. It's not to generalize around West Africa. Sure, they is trying to do everything in the whole country, in Nigeria or in West Africa. You know what? They try to do all. Somebody is still saying that actually you are not doing well. You can never do everything. And don't try to do everything. And that's why my friend Eze one in Nigeria will say, if there's problem, they call an NGO. If there's good, they abandon them. That's actually the
Well,
when I'm saying clear to email bosses, say to my thing, when you to go and see the National Assembly, they will come to my this kind of things actually takes you down as members of society. But what keeps us going is the action. And that's what that's what salary. When I'm big, then I come to my and then I keep to you. Then we'll conclude. Let's sit down at the phone. I'll take it. Yes.
So in terms of the organizations and the license, Austin.
Yes, go ahead.
So we need to also leverage on existing organizations and network and connections.
Fantastic, yes.
So Wademos already have some contacts so that we don't start all afresh. So
Yes.
we really need to Ghana, the Affirmative Action Coalition have contact with the presidency, the minister, so we know we can through them we can connect. I know in Nigeria we can even individuals. Our mama is here. If you want yes, so existence organizations and coalitions which really
Yes, because that's resources. Actually, and I like the Ghana model where we're talking about if this one is done an event, you call the others, you leverage on the opportunity of finance that exists. And if you don't do that, you can't do anything. Actually, you can't. I mean, when they say 50-50. Imagine. So, somebody, yeah.
She gave that to me. I was turn to her. She wants to speak last.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. No, go ahead, Madam Kechi. It's already with you.
Okay. Right. So thanks, Austin, and thanks everyone for the information and clarification. But I still want us to do a loop based on what you have said in terms of limited resources, in terms of do not dissipate energy in doing so many things, and what can we do that will be a big win. I'm looking at what we have identified in terms of the activities in relation to the strategic objectives that we have identified or key strategic areas of work. I'm looking at the way Faith had listed this for 2025-2026. And again, I'm going back to my page. The core actions or activities that we have mapped out right now, will they be, is it deliberate to have picked only those few activities, right, to do within this 2025-2026? Very deliberate to do that. Then if we're doing that, right, will it yield which of those strategic objectives will we be able to have said is, you know what, we are focusing on this one. If it's only awareness that we want to do, we are focusing on this within this period or setting up the structure of this. We are not seeing that, but maybe what we can have could have helped us, and Paul and I were having a side conversation, is to say, if I'm seeing these strategic objectives or whatever, these are the activities or actions based on the framing will yield to this. And I'm going to concentrate my energy alone in 1, 2, 3. So these are my quick wins for short term or for this period, and then I can then look at forward. I'm not saying that, and that's why
Yes.
bringing this back again.
Yeah, let me take that out because I shared that, but let's go. Yes.
Okay, so as this productive event is coming to an end, and I'm sure the communique is going to be in the name of Women in Politics Forum. So my concern here is us as the participants who are invited to make our different inputs from this conference and also learn how are we going to continue to be an active players in the implementation or whatever activities that women in politics will be having in the future. How we will be able to continue, complementing your efforts and also being the lead to making sure that what we worked on here for these 3 days come into pass.
No, continue. I'm hearing you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Fantastic. Faith and Madam Ebile will respond. But just know that the whole essence of look at the name of the conference. What is it?
Women's Rights Review Conference.
Conference. The privilege that is only hosted by the BIPL. It's not owned. We are all owning it. That's usually what conferences does. So the whole idea of that's why we're having to spend much time on this. And I like where Madam Kechi came from. So for Sierra Leone, you may not want to go to the first one. Second one may be, so you can build a base in Sierra Leone. I'm happy that 50-50 is here. Dr. Honorable set out. Those who are the foundation of Rainbow. Were you there? Rainbow Coalition.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so now you want to register. And now the Rice Rainbow Foundation going. So you tell your name.
Okay.
So let me give you the microphone, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I can confess that this conference is a lot. I can have my business or whatever on the side. Yes. So I just want to ask question if there will be a WhatsApp group because we really have a lot to discuss because we cannot say everything here now. Maybe you have other things to add. So I suggest we have a WhatsApp group which everybody will be there so we can participate as regional level, other countries and Sierra Leone. So that's what I'm suggesting. Though we have our personal networking, but I just want us to have just one network, so which we all communicate as one.
Okay, thank you very much. That will be a decision that we decided to. Once we agree to come as a collective, it means that we have a name. It can be West Africa Women's Rights Group or whatever name. I'm not saying that's the name of West Africa Women's Rights. Like WAW. So but it depends. We can create it and then this is off. All right. So as at this time, I think yes,
The last sentence. Yes, the last sentence. It becomes a region where women and girls live free from violence. Maybe we should add free from all kinds of violence. Because cyberbullying, Islam, etc. They are all various forms of violence.
Chairman, you just brought another thing that looked like a goal. So we take it out from there and I'll take it to a goal and use the concept of CEDAW. All forms of violence against women and us. Now, we don't pick up that and make it like a goal or mission or something that we cannot be able to pursue. Because again, goals are things that look at like an utopia. It's a world that we may never realize or a world we are pursuing. But at this time, we don't take Tiba. All right. I like to introduce session. Yeah. We're gonna adjust. You want to adjust?
You are not the one there.
Static.
We will need to hear Nigeria. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I will say something. Please let's be understanding. So you just repeat after me. I'll begin by saying, then we'll be clapping. Alabu chikabu, alabu chikabu, alabu chikabu. The third time I will say alabu chika waka chikabu. So you say the same. Then the last time I will say, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Exactly how. Okay.
All retired Gen Zs up.
Well, we defined. Exactly. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So we are clapping. Alabu chikapu. Alabu chikapu. Chikapu. Alabu chikapu. Alabu chikapu. Alabu chikapu. Chikapu. Hi. One on record.
So before the panel, where you are keep standing, I remain standing. How many of us can spell coconut? Coconut. Spell coconut for me. Spell coconut.
C-O-N-U-T.
All right.
N-U-T.
Thank you. You are going to use your body to spell coconut. Yes. So spell. Tell me to spell it. See. This one. This is very to get high. See. Let's say that. No more. See. Whoa. See the other side.
Okay.
Stay there, stay there. If you not see, just remain there. Then stay there, then you just go like this. Let me, if you are less than 50, all right. So the count is at least if I want to be fast. 1, 2, go. Go.
Right, so yes, we have something special for all of us. Okay. So I will hand over the microphone to Sharon. Sharon has something special for us. Let's appreciate her.
Yes, yeah.
So hello everyone. I'm Sharon Upawaya from Togo. So this is please.
Our online audience.
They just need to
Turn the camera.
turn the camera, please.
We have over 1,000.
Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
No, it's on. It's actually on. It's on.
It's okay.
She needs to move back a little.
Okay, no, I can always move it. So
No, it's okay, but she's fine. Better.
better now.
Yes.
Are you the AYV or CN?
So we have brought an opening spoken word for you for this cycle for this conference. So this opening spoken word named Generational Link is on the behalf of the young feminists in this cycle state. So I'll start. In English, it used to be said, respect your elders. But in feminism, we say, respect is not a wall, it's a bridge. In English, it used to be said, the youth are the future. But in feminism, we say, the future is built one generation, one side by side. They open the road. And today we work upon this, we work upon their footsteps. They shout to be heard, and we write with the echo of their cries. The scar our listen, our dream, are the continuation of their hope. And in this cycle, we affirm today that we are not two generations apart, but we are one river with many currents flowing forward, watering the soil of justice and freedom. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. I'm sure we create the WhatsApp page, we will send it around. So at this point, we have some sticky notes. Sharon's own is more like an affirmation from us, but we want to hear from everyone in the room. So we want you to write something down, both from the young feminists and also our trailblazers. So if you can write your own affirmation in a sticky notes, we'll put it in the box. Nobody needs to know whose own we are reading out. And then we, the young feminists, we read it out. The ones that require responses, we will. So please make sure you grab a sticky note from Amma. How many minutes do we need to write? 5 minutes? 5 minutes? 1 minute. Okay, honorable things 1 minute. Okay, the sticky notes are now going around, so let's do that. Yes, please.
Affirming ourselves or you.
Affirm yourself. So affirm yourselves what you intend to do. And even we are the young people, we should affirm ourselves what we intend to do. What our vision, what vision we want to cast. Yes.
Say what? Which way that? So to pass it on the take one.
Fast, yes. Yeah.
What do you want from her?
We want you to affirm what you intend to do to help with the young generation or with or you as a person in the trail. I don't want to call old, I like to say the trailblazing generation, what you affirm to do. So it could be anything to this cause, to this women's movement cause. Yes, please. Your affirmation to this women's movement. Come on.
It's fine. It's ignore us, but and
Give me one more. I'm not about this. Man, it's not. Yes, we should like that. Sorry, doing a scan just use. Yes, how it is. Fabricia, sorry, please. Thank you. No, not today. That's the team. Nice. That's much more. So do you? Yes, by the side on the news. No, no. Okay, let's be a little for the comments card. Yeah. So it's whichever staff takes it, then I'd like to be it's
Right, so Joseph is coming around to collect our affirmations. Hotel, please come up. Come and help us sing, please. Please, yeah, come. The chair's here for you. Please come and sit down. Everyone will read some, yes. Dog, please. Sharon, please come and take a seat here. You read from here. Okay. Please come up. Vera, do you identify with us?
The very integrated. Millennial
Millennial starts ends at 96. Then from 1997 to 2012 is Gen Z. Yes, then after no 1997. Millennial ends in 1996. So 1997.
I belong to.
Yes.
And the album was
96. Millennial ends in 96. 97 starts Gen Z.
Point all these millennial.
Okay, so
This is the Gen Z or
yes, these are it's a mix. It's a mix of Gen Z and millennials, I'll say, but they are the young feminists. So right now, we'll let them read it out.
Me?
Someone's a old man.
Of Gen Z and Gen Millennials. It's violence against the marginalization. By marginalizing, no, we are not English. You can still support it.
Please sit down.
No, that's important.
You guys have a microphone? Okay. All right, I guess you start. So when you read it, what about hello everyone? I'm reading someone's affirmation. It says, I affirm that you are strong, capable, and deserving respect. Okay, be courageous and amplify pro-gender values to shape societies.
That's another one.
Good afternoon, everyone. This person says she's young, she's loud, she's leading, and not asking.
I'm reading someone else's information and it says mentorship and continuous support. Be a role leader.
This person says, I am capable of change, one step at a time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want a world where girls and women are free from all forms of violence. Okay, I kind of like this one. Continue to be unapologetically bold feminist. This is so strong. I honor the woman before me and I pave the way for those after me. I'm a leader and a change maker. My story begins with me.
So this one say, I remain resolute in promoting women's economic agency, in ending all forms of violence against women and girls.
This one says, I dream, I wish, I can, and I will.
This one say,
young feminist energy is not a trend, it's a takeover.
Spread the knowledge on more platforms.
Okay, my voice matter, and so is yours. Use it to speak for others.
And this should not fall on deaf ears. The person says, I want to advocate for women with disability. Build their confidence. Building their confidence.
This one said, work to ensure that the younger ones look up to you.
This one says, rise against violence against women and girls. My organization and I would advocate in raising awareness on the AI technological violence against women and girls online and offline.
Sounds like a someone.
Okay, so this one say make a way to attend the decision making space to always highlight the intersectional aspect in African development.
And notes, right? Dear girl or dear woman, you are a whole woman. Your voice is your power.
Here I see mentor, coach. I'm not sure that. Wait, that's it. Coach. Okay. Mentor, coach. That's it. Thank you, ma'am. And the last one is stay focused and determined despite the stereotypes.
I have another question. Says Lafayette feminists. These really different. Those are very lovely affirmations. So for this session, we just wanted to find out from you if you have any words or any thoughts you want to share with us. Since we are now attempting to work on a journey you have worked on for years. If there are any words of encouragement, any thoughts, anything you want to share with them as you're seated. Yes, Honorable.
So good afternoon, everyone. And for me, I am very, very proud of you. Why? Because you need to think succession. I think that was where that was where we lost it. The very forerunners started well, but they didn't hand over a baton. So handing over the baton to you now is very encouraging. It's a long-term plan, it's a successful plan. So what I would say to you is that it's not going to be easy. So have that. It will not be easy. There are times, if Auntie Anna and the rest of them that have fought here tell you, there are times you truly feel like giving up. There are times you get discouraged. There are times I said to myself, who sent me? I have my money, I would have sat in my house, eat my food with my children. What was I looking for? But you have to look at the bigger picture. It's not about you. It's about the generation that are coming behind. And every time you feel discouraged, say, I am not doing this for me. I'm doing it for a sister. I'm doing it for a daughter. I'm doing it for my friend. I'm doing it for my own child. That's where you get the drive because you truly need to encourage yourself. In terms of discouragement, you will get a lot. So don't even bother. You will be really discouraged, but you have to encourage yourself. The Bible says David encouraged himself in the Lord. You don't have to encourage yourself. Come look at the big picture. Once you see the big picture, one little success you made, please celebrate. That's the only way you're going to get some adrenaline. If you just say, oh, it's just one small thing, it doesn't matter. No, it's a big deal. With one success story, celebrate. That's the only way you get the adrenaline. Well done. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Those were doing very, very strong words. I think my takeaway for that is to celebrate ourselves because sometimes it's very hard for us to also do that, and that will keep us going. Thank you. Mama Amy, the questions.
I want to say congratulations to the very vibrant young Africans that you have met here. It's been a great pleasure interacting with you and watching the words that are coming out. Each and every one of you is well respected in your own rights. I want you to remember Africa, Mother Africa. I want you to remember the Black race. Your number one is patriotism should not be in doubt. Remember your country. Be loyal to your country and then to Africa. Be loyal to the Black race. And the reason I'm saying this is all of you witness the issue of the young man that was killed in the US. What's his name now? Floyd. We watched it live and we saw someone matched him and life was not from him. Mother Africa is crying. Our children were taken out, not because they wanted to go out, but they went out anyway. And so I want you to remember, as young Africans, some of us, I'm looking forward to when I leave the stage. I still have a lot to give, but when I'm walking home, I want to be remembered that I walked through and I fought on behalf of the mothers, our ancestors that have gone. And so as we are passing it, you will go through NGOs, development partners, and all of that. Let your patriotism to Africa not be without. So recommit yourself, re-energize yourself that you are the voice of the voiceless. Because when some of you, when you went to primary school, when you moved to secondary school, many of your sisters that you say, because when some of you, when you went to primary school, when you moved to secondary school, many of your sisters that you saw in primary school did not go to secondary school. Those of you who went to the university, many did not make it to the university because they couldn't afford. So you are here on their behalf. Never forget that. Remember the network. Don't quarrel with yourselves. Forget about all this. It is the beauty of whatever and all of that. Remember, sisters are one. Remember, again, I want to remind you that women do not have tribe. Our tribe is humanity. Thank you.
I'll just pick up from where Mama spoke. I went to university at 31. That was when I had the opportunity. Your generation, you have so much. We had to strive in a different way to respond to the platform. And when we got the opportunity, we decided to push. So by the time I started doing anything they call professional work, was when I was about 35, 36. And in our context, they will say, she's old, right? So if people like us can do it after having children and starting at that point, you have a better platform to do more. And you have women like us, because we also have women like Mama Amy and others beyond. I just sent a message to somebody that have the picture that we took, and I know what the person told me, meeting her. So it's on the shoulders of women like those. Don't be in haste. Be assertive, but don't be in haste. The world is not going to stop. You must know what you believe in, follow your passion. You will be crucified. As I stand here, people, anything I say in my country, one group of people will crucify my name. So for me, it's actually, if they don't, I feel like, did somebody not read or hear what I said? So, but you have to remain constant in your, in what you believe in. As long as it's for the common good, we have a cause to fight together. So it's not about you, it's not about me, but it's about what leads us to where we all want to see a better world for women and girls in particular. So remain constant, be respectful. It's our tradition. Be humble. You can still talk to me in a respectful manner and tell me the truth. So just because I am a reformed Lindsay, redefine. Because I don't understand. I think we have shared, issues, both good and bad. If you read my book, you see yourself in there, most of you. You find it relatable. So just take your time and please reach out. Don't burn yourself out on social media. Have a conversation to your aunties, with your aunties, your grannies. Ask questions. Everything is not on the internet, even though people say so. That one-on-one fake inquiry will take you to places. Stay safe and do what's right.
But I don't think we have to be assertive, but don't be in haste, read out. Not everything is on the internet.
Yes, I just want to say there is a saying in my place that the words of the elders are words of wisdom. Some of us, we are just concerned about the glamour, what is happening. Oh, no, I'm in the US. Oh, I've gone to Tanzania. Oh, I've been cats. That's not people. So please don't break bridges. Rather solidify your bridges. Solidify it. I've been talking to some of you to say that I'm willing to mentor, but are you willing to be a mentee? It's very important. Like I mentioned, some of us volunteer for 2 years, no pay. Just doing something because we have passion for it. But today, nobody is asking me anything. I want to give. So please, don't think that what we are saying, I remember when our mothers would tell, stay too long, come back. But we are saying it now that nowhere is safe for the girl child. Too long, come back. But we are saying it now that nowhere is safe for the girl child. Even at home, even on the road, there is a high level of incest now from a father to a 2-year-old child. And you wonder what is happening. So please, be knowledgeable. Now, AI, you have, where is Samuel? He has made us to be more afraid, but don't. Look for space in that place to make your point. You remember I mentioned the fact that we must take those space. Now, when we take it, we also put our energies there so that the generation coming after you will know that you have done something. Thank you very much.
Okay. I would like to start by saying that you are the fortunate ones. Because yes, when we were in the university and all, we didn't have this privilege because she was seen as an arena for older people. You have to grow to we didn't have that support base. But it's pleasing and heartwarming to see young people who are already versed in this, who can even be mentors themselves, who can mentor younger people in as much as you're young. So I would like you to see yourself as your own biggest support base, your fan. When one person succeeds, it's a collective success for you. There should be no competition. Always see yourself as complementing each other. Because that is the problem we have sometimes that they will say women don't support women. Women support women. It's just something the men want us to believe. And sometimes erroneously we enforce it even without knowing. Complement each other and be each other's support. Please. Kudos.
Okay, ladies, I
I want to say that you are where you are. It's good to acknowledge people who have been there before us. For us to, all of us to be where we are, we must have stood on the shoulders and used the helps of other women and men, handsome men. You're going to be judged. That shouldn't be a problem. I think you build your resilience by your self-regard. You move forward with what you're doing, respect what you are and what you're supposed to do and what you have to do. And mentor you. The lady previous to me said you can mentor younger ones as young as a 1 year old or 2 year old from where you are. So you're well versed, you're educated, you've got to places, you still have more to go. Don't leave the ones behind, but at the same time, have to move towards a path, clear your way as you go. As you dream, you would want to do things, and you go and do the things. Let us desist from, when I say respect self, you're going to knock heads, especially with women. So don't think that because you're here and within this space, all women are going to support everything you're doing. You might find out that some of your critics are women. There might be men behind them, but the women will surface, and we can be very vicious when we want to be. So stay in your lane. You don't have to attack anybody. Do what you're doing best. Somebody else can come in the next lane and we go in the other direction. Yeah? So respect that's what you're respecting other people, young as well as old. Acknowledge what people have done and see how you can make it better or how you can collaborate to have a strong force for you to move there. I also believe that we always carry a man with us. Yeah, you will always find a male person somewhere who will give you support. Yeah, and I think males too. I don't think any man has gone from where they are without the support of a female. So the ones that you know and you can identify that would champion what you're doing and will give you help and support and are partners, work with them and see how you can change the perspective of others. We all have brothers, fathers, grandfathers, uncles, and they all have a role, bad as well as good. So with that, I think you have more to go. You look out for the others that are there and look forward to where you're going, as well as looking at each and everyone around you in your small community, what they have done and what you can make better. Okay? And go with that flag to say, I am an empowered, strong woman with the attitude that should take anybody, both male as well as female. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Vera. Okay, Mr. Vera, we don't have many of the men, so I'd like to hear from other women. Come on, Rose. Chairman, the men are nominating you to speak for them.
Okay. So this not just to you, but also myself as well, because I think that I'm in the 4 years on the borderline as well. So
we've been here. Well, some of the that's what we're here. Everything on women's rights review. That's the conference. I see men during my era. You know when I completed university, 1974.
The university 74.
So that time, there are many things happening today which were not happening. I'm saying the world is a dynamic place.
Yes.
You didn't have access to computers at that time. I remember very well that at high school, we had typewriters. And it was the ladies who used to do typing. But I associated myself with typing. So when we went to the university, and I did business at the business school, we also had a floor with, at that time, the typewriters were there for students to just come actually cool and come and do and learn type. So when because my high school level typing had influenced me, I was always there. So when we got to the era of computers, I knew the ASDF, column LKJG issue. So now people were amazed. Yeah, where did you learn this? I said, but when we were in high school and at the university, when the typewriters were there for free, you people thought it was there for just. Okay, but now time has changed. And you want to learn ASDF to be able to have the speed. So time changes. Whatever we're doing now, many of the violences, they were there, but it was not known. It was not known. So they have come up, and more violences in the form of cyberbullying, etc., have come to be added on it because they have major debilitating effects on mankind and humankind. So don't remain static. And she said it. You can only be dynamic when information, knowledge, you must always be seeking for fresh knowledge. New ideas. You must read. You must read. As old as I am, I don't sleep early because I read a lot. So for me, you will be the champions of eradicating violence against women when you have the information. Arm yourself that. And be bold and courageous. Don't fear. The young girls in my podcast parties, they come to me and tell me, Chairman, this one, we won't agree. So I give them the opportunity to explain their position. And it will amaze you that it will change my mind. So people read and have more information so that whatever you say will have the rest of the people listening to you. I wish you well and continue in the tangent on the fight to end violence against.
When that has spoken, so now
So much. So, Ms. Tilla would like to, on behalf of all of us, respond and express our gratitude. And after, I'll call on Dura. Dura also has a spoken word for us, and we'll end this session. So please, let's welcome Tilla.
So I want to start with one of the papers that someone close to me, one of the Gen Zs, and that paper, I'll start on that paper and it says, I am honored and I'm more privileged to meet the woman before me, and I will pave the way for the girls behind me. So I want to use this opportunity. To say thank you to every one of you who have taught us genuinely what it means to be a woman. I would say being a woman is our biggest blessing, and we wouldn't take that for granted. It's in us, and it's not against us. Wherever we go, your words that you whispered deeply to our hearts, not to our ears, will remain constant. And each and every one of us here would like to know that we are not just a feminist, but we are a feminist with friends. Because just like what Chairman has said, times change, so as situations and where we find ourselves change. So I want to use these opportunities to say thank you, and we welcome everyone with their words, and will not take that for granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So, Dura, you have the floor. Please let's welcome Dura with the spoken word. Maybe you can move back. Thank you. Please let's appreciate out. I should say, sorry.
Yeah, so they said they didn't encourage you. I want to be free. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Oh.
Good afternoon, everybody. To be honest, many of us who are aspiring to be leaders or who are already leaders, I will attest to the fact in behalf of us all here that this is one of the best conferences I've attended in my lifetime. Not just because it is centered around women. So I have to use that for please. Thank you. Always women supporting. Not just because it is centered around women, but it's the fact that every conversation that is coming out is born out of passion. You see the Mother Africa in every woman's dialogue. You see the resilience, the courage, the passion that is laid out to and the document, not just within West Africa. Because one thing I know, when they see the implementation in Africa, other countries around Africa will start grabbing knowledge from it. So I must commend women in Politics Forum, the UN Women, and all other bodies supporting this. And to our darling mothers that are here, I want to commend you all for putting passion and commitment to empowering our generation. Yesterday, I spoke with Madam Nasu and a few other women. I tell you, I felt the passion that the women we are stirring up for our generation is not based on position for leadership. It is based on commitment of impact. And that is what the new dawn is looking for. So now to my words. Out of the passion I see, I normally don't attend conferences. Why? Because it is just mere talk, no implementation, no action. But I was filled up with something in me that I wrote this title, Her Voice, Her Power. As a he for she champion, I rise not just as a man, but as a mirror reflecting the truth. The half the sky remains grounded when women are told to stay seated. I am a he for she, not because her struggles need my permission, but because her silence was never her choice. And the walls built to stop her were made with bricks of fear, not strength. You see, politics wasn't made just one voice, one gender, one name. Power is not masculine by design. It was claimed that way. But I have seen women build movements with less than a platform, lead revolutions with no mic, and still speak the truth so loud the system flinched. So I stand here not to save her, not to speak for her, but to say the space is hers too. But to remind the world that equity isn't a gift. It is a return of what we always have in her. She belongs in parliament, in podiums, not as a token, but as a force. Because when she leads, we all rise. When she speaks, the future listens. And me, I'm just a man using his voice to clear the way. So she never has to ask for space again. I am he for she. And I love the woman in the program. This is the new dawn. It's serving for West Africa and for Africa. God bless us all.
All you may rise for a good photograph, please. So you are the man who are joining at the middle.
No, they should take a picture first.
Huh? Okay,
They should take a picture without Dura first.
That's violence against the man.
No, so you will come.
It's more compact. Hello. And the last, no, this way. No, yes.
No, it's fine.
Okay, sign up, please.
Supposed to be.
Wait,
Wait.
Faith.
Wait.
All right, thank you. That was an inspiring session.
That's the way she wants to be part of it. This way. We need to slant. This way.
Yeah, slant. Yeah.
They don't have to get it. I don't have for her. She can buy madam. I don't get an invitation. I don't get an invitation. That's
So how to call Jesse join them? Santi Nkechi is Gen Z. What am I? Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Go and join your team.
She makes food when they make it.
Is that? All right, thank you very much. What I want to do first. Just before we move to independent place, we are going to squeeze out about 5 minutes. Just leave there. No, we're going to switch the system. Okay. We would like to hear, before we move to Auntie Ene, we want to hear from Auntie Ene Jr. Yes. Sharing practical experience on violence against women and girls from a perspective of a person with disability. It's my honor to welcome Auntie Ene Jr. Mama. Auntie, eh?
Auntie.
But I prefer Auntie Ene Jr.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I am Adisi Ford, the advocate for persons with disability and also the vice president for Young Women in Governance. I'm privileged to be part of this conference, Women's Rights Review Conference, because like I have been saying, anything concerning persons with disability concerns me, not because I'm a woman with disability, because I'm representing people, my people involved in rights across. So when we are talking about violence against women and girls, like yesterday I talked like, I'm hearing just women, but I'm not hearing women with disability, because like we want to see that kind of, though we are crying for inclusion. So women with disability, we want to be feel inclusive, we want to be self-independent. Like I say, so with this, I just want to start with a slogan that says accessibility is better than sympathy. The reason for this is going to for our government right across the countries. Because if I have the accessibility, I think I can able to navigate all around to do what other women are doing in the society. Like I will give a recommendation for this building and also for the people who organize programs, that I want to say this place is like, it's not 100% accessible, but it's like, hello. Hi. Women supporting women. So like, just recommend this place like Atlantic Lonely Hotel. This place is like kind of having that kind of accessibility I'm talking about. Because like when I come around, I went to the bathroom, like they have space of accessibility, and that's what we are crying for. So if I see this, I was like happy. I was like, so, okay, just on this program, I will take a documentary to walk around to tell people there are still places accessible for persons with disability, because the Disability Act 2011 says there will be accessibility for all. But that's what we are crying for the implementation. So enforce the laws. All buildings are not accessible. Like I'm saying, it's so hot. A lot of women with disability do not have education because of what? The lack of accessibility in our society. Like when I was in school, my friend used to ask, how do you do things? Before I grow up to become a woman like this, to attend programs, to be advocate, when we was having our meeting, like somebody appointed me, I want you to be our people because I was having self-confidence in myself. So now representing other women right across the nation, I have now I can say somehow self-independence. I have that kind of confidence when talking to you. But there are still women who are still not having how they can they speak for themselves. It's not easy. We are going through a kind of violence because some men in our society take advantage of our situation. Men we see, they will say, oh, yeah, beautiful. They will come around us at night. Most of women with disability have children without husbands. They will just come around, inconvenience them, and just go away. I can say some of them honestly love persons with disability, but if you think about the background, because there are these normal thing of people, especially about persons with disability, what can we offer? I want to tell the society that we have a lot to offer if we have the platform, if we have the accessibility, if we have the support. We can do anything. Like I say, I can cook, I will that I do anything because like my message to my persons with disability is that focus on your disability, focus on your ability. What you can do is what matters. Like I don't say, oh, I will travel to Africa. Like, oh yes, I know there is a lot of challenges, but I focus on my ability, what they can able to offer. Advocating for transportation, like when coming next. There is a way to advocate in that respectful manner. Yes, I know. It's our right to pay, but please, I don't have money to pay for my wheelchair. This is part of my so I don't have to pay for it. Some people should understand it. With the help of advocacy, now things are getting better. Because before this time, like a program like this will not be included with persons with disability. But now I can say every gathering, persons with disability are encouraged to be part of there. So as I say my last message, accessibility is better than disability. We need your support. We need every other thing that can make us to grow as a woman. Please provide us the platform. Thank you very much. So I'm calling on my brother, like I call his my leg. He's that kind of help to me, but he have some kind of statement to me.
I want to take this opportunity to say hi again. Grace C4, a pharmacist, and I'm so truly delighted to be in front of Galaxy of Great Potential and to be part of this conference that is gearing to fight against violence against women and girls. I'm so privileged, and I want to thank all the leaders for this opportunity. When I came up with the session of this program, all what was going on, I learned a lot, and I was sticking out some pieces to give. I was even having inputs, but I was scared because I was seeing women, and I said, "This is about women," and so let me just relax and learn. So I have this short thing that I put together just to encourage our mothers and sisters that this journey, at the traditional, I was having this belief that that's when I was coming up, I was maybe having an opportunity to cook. But yeah, it's a bit to go and get married because when I get married, I'm going to cook for everything. I was having a notion, but coming to this opportunity to learn, I know that women are important and we should give them equal rights. And so please, just in a minute, let me just give out this book of what it's short. I will have lit it up since this is the day where I was having lunch. So still and blessed by it. With regards to the team, I just started to write about faith. They've gone through a lot, so we need to stand by them as to give them encouragement. All of what these women are having, if you are not having a man by them, those visions will die. And so, if you're a lady, young Jay-Z, you continue, you want to change the world, have someone that will support you. Amen. So let's have this one. Sisters, daughters, it's titled Rising Above the Pain. Rising above the pain. So it's called like this: sisters, daughters, mothers, and friends. United we stand to the bed's edge. No more shadow, no more fear. Let's bring light to those who've suffered here. With every voice, a choice is made to stand against the violence display. No more silence, no more pain. Let's rise above. Let love reign. Let's break the chains. Let's shatter the glass. Empower each other. Let's avoid this last. For a world where women are valued and seen, free from harm, is serene. Together, we can create a world where women and gods live with dignity and respect. We value you and we respect you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like at this time to invite Dr. Neobi for the section as you have seen on the agenda. Thank you, Madam Ene. Thank you. Please, would you like to clap them in clap? The faster you clap, the better she will run to the. Okay.
The cameras. Honorable
Yeah, check. Fine. Hello. Hello. You happy?
Yeah, I'm happy.
You know, because we need to wait, because we are coming very close to the end. We have done all the things we need to do. So can I have everybody standing there? All of those who can stand, and I will stand beside my girl. If you know that you cannot shake your body very well, where you are, stand behind your chair. It will be better. We are going to do a small one. And is everybody everybody behind your chairs? Yes. Kechi? Stand behind her. Yes. Everybody will participate, those who are on their DC. So we are going to, because we need to give ourselves energy. We need to give our honorable a lot of energy. Look at Chairman has been sitting down since all these days we're here with us. So you will give people energy and they will give you energy. You collect as much as you can, because when we walk away from here, it will be a lot of energy. Give energy to the Gen Z and then the millennial team. Yeah, what? Yeah, Gen S, Gen what? You need to come out. Jura. Jura, I ain't going to tell that. But if I say Butia, I'm gonna close that. Butia means food. If I say Butia, say Butia. You have to do the same thing. So can you bring all the tiredness and put all the energy? My darling, you can come here. Because the way you are standing there, I don't know whether you carry that energy. Yeah. Okay, I'm ready. So are you getting yourselves ready? Yes. Okay. This energy. And you know, can you tell me the date of today? 29th. Of which month? Of which year? 2021. When did we start today's meeting?
2026.
What time did we start this meeting today?
8:30.
Okay, let me just put 9 o'clock. Will 9 o'clock, 29th of August, 2025 ever come back to us?
No.
So spend your life in a way that you can collect the memories very well, not being angry. So are we together?
Yes. Angry.
What's here? Some people are standing at attention and so they have no energy at all. Are you ready?
Yes.
Are we ready? What's okay? Bushia is full.
Yes.
You know, you pull with all your energy. Pull. When I say Bushenge means pull more. Okay? When I say Bushiamuno, you repeat it. Bushiamuno be pull big. So you can adapt it to your language as well. And then when I say Ikuna means bring it together. That one you will not repeat, you just bring it together. Ikuna, you bring it together. No, is a Kikama language, is Kenya. Okay, so are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's try. And you have to be smiling. Because have every other. Okay. There is no energy in this room. Energy. Release the energy. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We want to say a big thank you and say well done. Well done, my chairman. We're very proud of you. I want to say well done to this generational meeting. It's been a great meeting. We have, it has been a great pleasure sharing this stage with you in the last couple of days. And I'm happy to come home. You know, when we work together, there is so much. While we were giving rendition to the younger people, I just said one core that we need to look at is humility. Are you humble? You must be humble in this world to sail through, because all religion preaches humility. When you are arrogant, you cannot go far. Humility is core, and is a core value. Most organizations that I know, in the struggle for social justice, you must respect others. If you respect yourself, you must respect others. As a bane of command, human rights-based approach, Article 21 of UDHR says all human beings are equal. So start as you are a change agent, you must yourself respect the rights of people. Even when you can tell somebody you are an idiot without telling that person, pronouncing those words. You will show them why they are behaving. You know, because this being a woman does not mean that some of my colleagues will know that my life is about giving love to others. But I love you as a manager. Of course, if you cross the line, I will also not let you free. We will cry together, I will hug you, and I'll fire you. But you will thank me for firing you, because you would have realized that you did something that I will have no option but to fire you. In all of the things that we have said, we are talking about, okay, we are all here now. How can we move this elephant? The issue of ending violence against women and girls. We have done the review. This is a conference. Where do we go from here? I know one of our colleagues have already asked, are we going to have a WhatsApp group? Can we communicate after now? Where do we go? So the person has moved the discussion to the next level. And I want to say that in all of us, some of our generations, we go to meetings where there is nothing like per diem. That's where we started. You can go to meetings. You can't even find a hall like this. If we find a hall like this, it will be the place where you lie down and sleep. You know, if we can get a place like this, because we come to meetings by 10, we go from all the states, you know, we go to meetings by 10 p.m. Everybody would have arrived. We start our meeting. By 5:30 in the morning, we have finished. Everybody will look, brush your teeth, and you start going to your different directions. Nobody asks for per diem. So a lot of people have paid the price. And I can tell you that some of us here were among those people who never asked for a dime. When I was growing up, no Nigerian child, no African child was picking from the dustbin.
Yeah.
But then they came with structural adjustment program. And now Africa that used to have a lot of food, our children are picking from the dustbin. So I want you to recommit yourself. So coalition building for aligning for impact. And specifically, I just dragged it to gender-based violence. We need to work together to be able to create the impact. Why focus on coalition building? Gender-based violence is complex and is systemic. No single actor can solve it alone. And so to the younger people, like we were talking just now, don't walk alone. If you walk alone, we will continue to have this. Who else want to create that, to join you in the force? Like our sister charged us, she said, look at the younger people that you need to mention. In the universities, there is sextortion. Is it sex for grades? They call it, and all of that. And so there are so many lecturers, very dirty lecturers, that are just there to go to bed with girls or take virginity from them. There is a lot that is happening there. And so alone, you cannot work it. Coalition amplifies voices. It also brings resources together and impact. Like we said, Wademos is there. And so in some of the things that we need to do, they have platforms, they have venues that we can just enter because they will tell us, can you please attend this meeting? They already have channels and we can move. So it brings back in the resources that it brings together and create a lot of impact. It fosters unified strategic responses. Because if everybody will have to go and be talking of that and that, you know, it doesn't bring out the kind of form that you want. So when you want to see a coalition, what really does it mean? Yes, you are involved to make a difference. Other people are involved to make a difference. It is a structured partnership of organizations, groups, and individuals with shared vision and mission. It means you are involved to make a difference. It means it aligns with the goals of your organization. You know, you don't just go and follow. I don't believe in just mass demonstration. You know, sometimes when demonstration is happening, a lot of people are on a queue going like this. Then they say, Madam, what are you demonstrating about? He said, okay, it's this person. You have done the wrong thing because that person does not know why she or he is demonstrating. It means it is not a critical mass. Those who are demonstrating should be educated enough to be able to educate others about why they are there. If not, when the bullet comes, the person will die for nothing. Like Malcolm X says, it's not about dying, but what am I dying for? At least people need to know the reason why they are following me. Do not get people blindly. And so there should be a common goal. There should be coordinated action towards common goals. Unity of purpose. You need to include other non-governmental organizations. When you are building if you know that, like if I go back to my country now, I know a multitude, almost 100, non-governmental organizations that are involved in gender-based violence. Involve them, because alone you cannot, because the land stretches very, very far. And so you need to bring in the government. You are not government. You can do a lot of things, but you are not government. You can't arrest anybody, isn't it? Anything against violence against women is violence against the authority. It's just that we are subjugated. So it's against the government itself. And government is the one, because when you take a life, have you seen people try to commit suicide before? Have you seen people trying to commit suicide? When they don't succeed in committing suicide, the government will arrest you and put you to jail. Because you are not the owner of your life. You have no right over your life itself. And that is why. And so you need to look at governments, you need to look at civil society organizations, you need to look at survivors, and you also need to look at donor agencies. The structure of all of this needs to be brought on board. And so we are happy and excited with UN Women. UN Women gives you a cover. They give you a cover because they have the overall picture. And they can coordinate from both the civil society development partners. You have the development partners group on gender. In all of this, we have not put that, when we are looking at mapping our allies itself, we need to look at the good mapping of the allies, because there is a development partners group on gender, which UN Women in every country chairs. Co-chairs with the country appoints other people to join, like the Ministry of Women Affairs or Ministry of Gender. They are all there. We need to be able to look at that. And so donors are involved, because when we are talking now, when we have finished all our plans, donors need to get involved. Because at the end of the day, we still go to do presentations at the UN level. And so the core principles for GBV coalition building, you want to look at survival center and the trauma, information. You need to look at intersectional and inclusivity, the issues of inclusivity. When my baby girl, Madi was talking just now, you see, there are so many people, so many women with disability that you will not see outside because they won't bring them outside. Persons with disabilities. The violators themselves, and I want to applaud the brother. Is he still here? Is he outside? Yes. When he comes in, we'll give him a round of applause. When you see him following the sister about, you think he is not learned. He's a pharmacist, but he's giving his time for his sister. And so those who are working with persons with disability, they need to be honored. And all of you who are planning activities, the meaning of it, and I know that, that's why my time in Action Aid and all of that, and in the Nigerian Labour Congress, it made me to love what I do, because they give me the opportunity to be who I am. And that is that whenever we are organizing meetings, they will ask you to bring persons with disability. And when you bring persons with disability, it means when you are inviting someone with disability, you invite two people. And they are fully paid, they are per diem, they are paid everything. But some of them 3, depending on which type of disability that you have. You have to bring interpreters and all that. And many donors don't notice it, because it's a cluster. It's like you are bringing extra people. And the violators, especially gender-based violence, the people who are taking care of them. And so where do they go from there? And so we must accord that. So another principle is the equity and power sharing, transparency and accountability, collaboration over competition. We were having a meeting, a collaboration that we're meeting as non-governmental organizations. And I wanted to know who was funding that particular meeting. Nobody gave me answers. That's a long time ago. Me now, you can't do that. I want to know who is funding. I want to know what is the person is bringing on board, so you don't invite me to the wrong meetings. Transparency and accountability is very, very important. The oneness of it. Many women were having a few problems with some women organizations because they go into competition. Who are you competing with? Like I said, 9 o'clock of this day will never come back to us. Why are you wasting your time? There is room for everyone. You can share your results, I'll share my results. Very, very important. No collaboration. Collaboration is welcome. But when you are talking you take collaboration over competition. Because as you are wasting your time, many women, since we started this meeting yesterday, in Africa, many women have died at the maternity death road. And we are here struggling. So, some of these core principles bring us now to the key steps that we need to take in coalition building. we have seen the common goals, have we not? We have seen the common goals, from Sierra Leone to Ghana, to Togo, to Nigeria, and to where? Liberia. And you have seen that. We need to map stakeholders and partners. We need to define our roles and responsibilities. We need to establish a structure, and we need to create a kind of communication channel. Somebody has suggested a platform already, which is a WhatsApp platform. And we need to secure issues. Of course, funding is something that we need to look at that. How do we align for greater impact? We need shared advocacy agenda. We need joint funding proposals, coordinated services delivery, because we have your plans. That's why when I was looking at the plans, I said for each country, you have plans. And so it will mean that when we are meeting another time, you will be delivering, some of the steps that you have taken, what you have done, you also be reporting. That's what it means. And then you'll be looking at data sharing, coordinated service delivery, of course, data sharing, collective learning, engaging policymakers with unified messaging. I think I talked about that before. Unified messages. We have some, challenges, and how do we overcome these challenges? The common challenges is different priorities. We have different priorities. Power imbalance, how we talk to ourselves. We must look at that. We don't take the younger people for granted. Everybody is involved to make a difference. We must learn to listen and listen to learn. That's Johns Hopkins University. Learn to listen to learn. Resource competition, you need to then come into, let's have open dialogue and trust building. We must be able to trust ourselves. If a chairman did not trust Women in Politics Forum, he will not be here today. It's the ideas that he also brought on board that led to the formation. And I can tell you that many years down the line now, Women in Politics Forum in Nigeria, they were looking for how do we organize a meeting. And I want to organize a meeting, but when we get some funding, we will arrange and all of that. From the time we also opened up the funding, and they no longer have to look for that money to organize meetings because we have opened up funding for them. And so let's have open dialogue and trust building. We need clear MOUs and also conflict resolution plans, regular reflections and adaptation. Be open and let us know what we need to do. And so there are common challenges. We can introduce issues of sharing the stories, very powerful stories we have heard here. Some of them need to be documented. We need that. And like I said earlier, I say it's important for all of us to look at our capacity gaps, like some of us who are not into AI or whatever, to have capacity training. Also, there is a gap in lobbying and advocacy. Some people think they have the skills. You may not have the skills. And in this room, if we start talking on gender, especially the younger ones, if we start training on gender, you will learn new skills. Some people don't know things about gender. And I think it's important for us to build capacity of the women who are change agents on gender, on even feminism that you're talking about. Some people are practicing feminism without knowing the meaning of feminism. I've had to conduct training, national trainings in different countries on feminism itself. And I know I was working in a big organization that they said we are using feminist principles. Can you remember? Feminist principles. And I asked the overall boss, I said, please, what is feminism? What is the feminist principles that you are practicing? Because everybody have buried ideas. So define your own feminist principles and let's see, which lens you will use. In fact, we were in a major meeting, about 45 people. I said, what is feminism? Hands were no, who is a feminist? In fact, the question was, who is a feminist? Many hands were down. I said, who is a feminist? hands were down. Some people were half. I said, no, there is no half hand. Just bring the head. And I think in that meeting, I just got angry. I opened Google. I just opened Google. What does Google say? I just got angry. I opened Google. I just opened Google. What does Google say? It says anyone who advances women's rights is a feminist. Is that simple? You can have your own category. But for that particular purpose, we define it anyone who advances women's rights. And so the call to action is that we have to start with a conversation, which we are starting now, and trust yourself. Declare yourself for the girl child, for the women of Africa, as we start this journey. Prioritize the survivors and the communities. I know some women who are doing wonderful job, wonderful work. We have rescued so many women, so many girls. I think Bosse mentioned the issue of the ugliest one, which is incest. We have tried, in many countries, we have tried to rescue women, girls from their fathers. It's what don't used to happen in Africa. The moral decadence and laxity. You know, we need to commit to long-term partnership, align the goals, share the power, and collectively, you know, put ourselves together. And so if you believe that this is the way forward, what do you think? Where do we go from here? According to some of the things we need to move from here with an energy. Are we going to have a coalition? You know, do we take it from there that all of us will go back to our countries to do something different? And so what is expected of us here? UN Women is here. We want to appreciate our darling sister for all, you know, these 3 days, because it's not easy to bring them on board like that and to share with you to stay here all of the time. So are you trying to give her a round of applause? And my dear brother, the pharmacist, can you please stand up so that we can acknowledge? We want to appreciate you. We appreciated you while you were, you know, while you were away. And it's really gratifying to know that you are fully educated, but you have decided that you will stand beside your sister. We want to thank you for what you are doing for humanity, not only for her, but for humanity. The Almighty God bless you. Thank you so much. We celebrate you. And so the coalition is now. Now that I've told you what all this is all about, the difficulties that we can encounter, and what we can do with the coalition. Do you have any contribution? Right from even the Gen Z is a cross-generational, you know, environment. Do you have any question about this formation or contributions? Or have I succeeded in confusing you? If I haven't, then this is the time. How do we move forward from there? And I will also ask our president if you want to say something as we move on to coalition at this moment, yourself and the interaction of my brother and friend and coverage. So if you want to tell us something on how you want to see this moving forward. Okay, so any suggestion? Yes.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you all. Being here today and also in terms of mentorship and coalition, like meeting my Salonian sister for the first time. I never knew the Sen also has a network for youth that is called Young Women in Democracy. And also in Campaign for Good Governance, we also have a network, which is Young Women in Democratic Forum. So here, like, I'm just thinking that we can come together and do a coalition. So that, because that is what we are saying, how can we also meet with other organizations, come together to form a us for the future? So that is one. And also, I myself also, like, when I joined Campaign for Good Governance in January, I've took upon myself to go to my community especially my church where I have stake. So to start to explain and start to teach about because I do Sunday school about the gender equality. So also I also take this also to my church and also to my community at large, especially we are coming to the dry season, and also to school, because I just want to come in. We have a campaign also at CGG that is doing plant education. I forgot to mention it. We have a plant education going, but the answer is heading that. And also, this will also be a good step for us with that. So we engage youth and kids.
So maybe just to ask the question so that we don't, should we have a vision?
Yes.
Yes. No. So it will be easier not to speak too much and just go straight to say, you agree to a coalition, then we move to the next level. What should we call it? So that we just use another 5 minutes. We can then design the frameworks and share, and then we kickstart. But if there are views that comes in, that'll be fine. Are you getting me? You still want to speak?
I want to ask a question about the coalition.
Okay.
For Sierra Leone level, I want to know, first of all, if the coalition is going to be limited to the countries that participated to this event, or it's going to extend beyond that. And for at Sierra Leone level, how do you intend to go about it? Is it only going to be about us that attended this conference, or you're going to make it open, including both the young people and the older women that attended as well?
Okay, maybe for folks who understand coalition building, you can start with 2 people. Before you know that, they move to 5,000 people. Till tomorrow, people will still want to join what they must. The application is as high as from here to. So people will come. Once the interest aligns, they will come, but don't close it unless we want to. So it's a coalition, it's a West Africa coalition. You can build it as a solidarity network without necessarily having to look for, I don't want to say we'll look for fund, because sometimes fund will come, but gradually.
Organization or individual?
That's the network will now start sources for. So network cannot go and be competing with local organizations. That creates unnecessary tension. So if Ghana has something, they can put it over to the coalition to push. Because Ghanaian safety in Ghana is not strong enough, so you push to the middle, then the middle push it out, so they won't authorities will not target Ghanaians in Ghana. That way is to reinforce our capacity. There's tension right now in Togo. There's something in Togo you want to do, because if she pushes out at a network level in Togo, she may be targeted in Togo. You push it out. Then those of us elsewhere, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Ghana, will be talking about issues at the regional level on behalf of Togo. That way, it's a coalition, not necessarily going to be paying dues. I don't know if that, I'm just thinking, okay.
Thank you. I think we agree that there is need for us to have coalition. That has been established.
Yes.
I remember that someone suggested, I think it's Sharon or that said we should set up a WhatsApp stage because it's much more easier. And so once people have more clarity of what it is that we know that is addressing gender-based violence. We know it's about cross-border support and all of that. But once more people have more clarity and they find details prominent, then we can then know how we advance. But yes, we have agreed. The other question when I speak to find details, for instance, I may not want to register action, but I may come as an individual. So is that sort of opportunity? So those details need to be worked out by the secretariat. So Women in Politics Forum will run that secretariat if that's what everybody, because that's what the strategy and the action plan that has been identified is geared towards so that we can all collectively work. That does not again take away the different coalitions that already exist, because those coalitions exist whether at country level, even at regional level. But how do we then integrate and harness those opportunities?
Well, I think Nkechi, you have amplified what I was going to say, but more especially is If you look around, people are representing their organizations
Or individuals.
or individuals, especially those that are represented on their program. So let's have a defined thing. Is it individual that is individual present in the coalition or organizational representation? Because let me share an example of Femnet. When I joined Femnet as an individual, but when it was very obvious that I need to expand participation, I had to make it organizational registration and become that. So when they are doing youth program, start from my organization can go. It's cheaper for me to be individual, but as an organization, it then means even when I have left the space and that organization, that union is still going on, the coalition is still going on. The organization is also going to benefit from it. So I think we need to be clear about individual participation or organizational participation.
So part of what you just said now, I was expecting you to just hit it to say let's make it a coalition of choice. You come in as an organization or as individuals, so that it's not restrictive. In a feminist lab in Nigeria, and I'm sure that we don't even know organization there. It's most you are a feminist, so you came. But there are those you then tie some people to organization. Because I'm not sure that by way of organizational power, I'm not too sure people in the room, particularly Gen Zs, who don't control organization, can register. I mean, no other power. You have the power when you go back and discuss it. And there's an approval. We know those things exist. So that's why I'm saying the pressure should not be at that level. But you can make it, because we make it individual only. But then, how do you expand it? It's even better to expand individuals. You just choose people, and you just choose people and put them in the group.
Awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we can have it both ways. Yes. I think we can have it both ways. Because just like what Boss has said, if they are going to bring young people together, if there's a struggle about young people, I don't have to come. But there'll be somebody in my organization that will come. Those who should be educated at that level, we should be able to target it to them. So we can make it both ways. Is that okay? And we will develop a TOI.
Exactly.
We'll develop a TOI from what we have from the documents that we have brought out here already. We can easily coin the mission. You gave me a name that I just look at. That is Solidarity to End Violence Against Women and Girls in West Africa. But I am looking beyond that. Somebody cited something from the beginning of this meeting. Young boys are being violated very seriously. So we cannot ignore. We can't bring it to override because young girls are in the majority. But we must not forget what is happening to the young boys. And it's increasing. I don't know where we set it, but we can put it when we are putting through activities. We need to make sure that we don't lose it, that the issue of the young boys is accommodated. Are we together?
Yes.
Are we together? Are we together? Can do what I do. Do once on the one hand only.
No once
Thank you, children.
Yes. Thank you, Paddy. So I think based on this, do you have any question in terms of the coalition? So I think
there's another question to ask. Do we accept to begin from the WhatsApp platform?
Yes.
Fantastic. So if that's it, we'll pull everybody. If you could kindly write your phone number.
We have it.
We have done that.
Attendance.
The attendance one. Well, the reason I'm saying is in case you don't now like, you usually want to write it. Your notes group. No, madam, come in. These things are very technical.
Okay.
That one you wrote, you didn't write it for WhatsApp. It may not be clear.
No WhatsApp numbers.
It may not even be WhatsApp number. Just write your WhatsApp number, your name in that page, and just pull it. I will collect it.
Send an email with the link to the WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Join. Yes.
Exactly. Continue. Yeah, because for me, I like to follow steps so that I don't go and mark those rules. All right, having said that, thank you very much. Please put your together for my life. Now we are going to just have a few more things to do. The report of yesterday, can you put it on top of the table? Yesterday's report that was shared. You have returned it? Okay. I assume that you have looked at it.
Yes.
So any feedback?
I think we will need a little more time.
So we are supposed to do something today. So you can send it, whatever views you have, you can still share it.
Validation.
Huh?
I'm saying we can do the first level validation and then feedback can still come. Continue.
Yeah, feedback can come, but we have also already moved beyond the state. That's why we shared that yesterday, and I was very afraid that people looked at it. The way you're looking at me, I know that you didn't open it.
Validation was done yesterday. I was here.
Oh, you did it yesterday?
Validation was done here yesterday. You know, I insisted on it. And it was done.
Something like that.
It has been done. So I don't know what you're doing.
You only gave us documents to read more than.
Yes, that's in addition.
Okay, that makes sense. If you are saying the commission becomes high, if you don't have the same name, even if you send me, the same name, I can say the high value. That's my right vote. Okay, so we literally before I call on Madam Ebere and various feedback as we close. Please return those note for some pictures to be done on this side as part of in NGO people like Auntie Kechi, they want to see evidence. They want to see. They want to see disability. So please bring it for evidence purpose. So there'll be some pictures. And I quickly want to, it's no longer in the room. Let me quickly just say something about disinformation, particularly gender disinformation. I belong to the defenders community in West Africa. The truth of the matter is that in today's world, the social media is a good, it has the good, the bad,
And the ugly.
and the ugly.
And the deadly.
And the deadly. In like those days when we were working on HIV/AIDS projects, we moved from ABC and then added T. If you remember, that A was for abstinence, B, the faithful, C, T, you die.
Yes.
Hey.
Okay.
So we have to get to that point where you just keep on. So at this point in the media world or social media world, I don't need to waste my energy to try to create deep fake videos anymore. See where the problem is? There are applications today, even on Google, that you give command to. Paul Osefofo, creative speaking about Africa. And I will tell him what to say. He will use his mouth to say it. Today's world, the bulk of the things you are hearing on YouTube, you saw on YouTube about Traore. About Traore. It has gone beyond deepfake. It's AI created videos. So that's why it looks so real. Because one time he said, this is not. So he has created sentiments and put it in the mouth of Traore. So for instance, Traore does not speak English. Hello? He does not speak English. And people are attacking the man speaking English. And you are clapping.
His English was very good.
Yeah, it was very good. Okay, he doesn't speak English. That's AI for you. So how do you easily break it? No, in this world, we are faced with a deluge of information. That if you use your phone very well, I can tell you that we all face the same problem: neck pain. The first thing you pick up in the morning, okay, when I do fact checking trainings, part of the first question I ask is that, what is the first thing you pick up in the morning? when you wake up. Unconsciously. See another question. Your phone at home. Don't forget your phone at home, and you have gone like 5 meters or 20 meters or kilometers. What do? Nothing's what? You begin, it's like half of you is gone. It is a new world. We are not living online. Those who think that people are not online, you are online. Jenna, 2 days ago, Ajia, comrade, the next friend, who did birthday, she was from 60. Mustafa Awa, we met in Rivers at the Institute for Strategic Management of Nigeria Chartered. And he said, thank God she's not stupid. First thing she does here. She does here. I said, oh, wow. I said, no, come, what's your name? He said, why would I? So I said, go ask AI. Not even the far AI. WhatsApp, ask AI. That WhatsApp as small as that. I just, I said, is it not you? They didn't know me. I said, I know you. I live big. Yeah. We just a simple app of what's the name? I don't forget the app. I put it in, I will recover what I deleted. I can go to as say yes. So that's why one of our honorable members in Nigeria was complaining. Maybe not to mention her food chick anyway. She used to have a life before. She used to have.
It's not true, so don't say.
No, it's not. It can't be. She can't say it's not true.
You know how that.
She can't say it's not true. But I'm here to tell you, even when you leave them, I get it now. Information. When you were an active Snapchat, you are not the only one looking at Snapchat. Others are looking at it for you. If your Snapchat is open, and you mistakenly took it to your bathroom, somebody else is looking at you. Oh, okay, you're welcome. So, the reality of the new world, there are tools to counter it easily. If you see a naked picture of somebody with your phone, just go to reverse image search. Sometimes people can't see your picture. Go to your camera on your phone. The other thing that you use that look like switch camera to front and back. What do you call that thing? Switch. No, there are two icons there. One, if you click on it, it will bring another video. It will say, okay, selfie. You're going to do selfie. That's an icon, right? There's another icon on another button there. Another dialog box.
Under the selfie.
Yeah, very close. They are the same. If your phone doesn't have it, that's it. Not this one. This one is selfie, but the other one.
Oh, the other side.
You can use to scan. It's not picture. So let me just be sure that the name.
Which one? Sure.
So, all right. So let me show you. It's a Google Lens. So you see. Well, let me start from here. This one is. This one is for change the picture, change the view.
Yeah.
This one is a Google Lens. Look at this. The second one is okay. This we are bit to MIT, so this one is the lens. This one is this is the lens. So that is supposed to be used to scan. So it is not, but I want to let you have access to it. Because you can reach people that you can start knowing that you have it in your phone. Okay, it's not, but what you do, because it's not.
Okay, is it this one?
The second one, yes.
So we normally see it.
Okay, exactly. We normally see, but we don't want.
Four.
This one has street phone, I'm not going there. Everybody must get away when you can stand back.
When you're trying to score.
Please, stand back.
Yeah. Even shows them now. Really awesome. Now. Sounds
Wait, okay, so this is Android phone. So we're not going to use Android phone. That one. Yeah. That's the same thing. Because there are certain features. So there are some. I've seen it in another iPhone. So there are some Android that don't have it.
Yeah.
It depends on the age of your phone, the version of your phone. So you use with this one. Snap that picture that is linked.
So as you can,
It's supposed to show you first time it was ever published online. And if it doesn't produce an online image, it is fake. Because every phone picture you take has what they call the metadata. So metadata stop easily and affect you when and how. It's not the smallest of the training that is called fact checking. But it's not fact checking.
This one, normally on Google, if you want there, if I do
That is it. That's it.
So the easiest way is you want.
Yes, and that's actually reverse image search in another form. Reverse image search is you upload pictures from and then you run it. It looks for anywhere. And those days used to have what they call you cut woman's head up, you bring a naked body and come and put his head on it. That was Photoshop. That age is gone. So this age is so unique, but it can still be checked easily. So it's not. So anytime you see something you are not clear, just forward to us. We'll run it for you.
So what's the way to even make sure that those kind of
The way to do what?
are mitigated?
So you see the one mitigation on there. So we are. I was going to say something when someone was talking. Crimea is a Russian arm of disinformation. They are like the military arm. So disinformation is a war. Crimea is investing Russia actually is investing $1.9 billion to pull out disinformation. The point is that can West Africa government ever raise 1.1 billion to counter it?
Express one.
This where the problem is that in an attempt, so that's why we are building coalition. So we have TikTok in Europe, we have HCSS from the US, you have African Connect, you have African Fact Check. The network, and that's why in West Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Austin. Okay, so I want to thank everyone for a wonderful participation and most especially for the coalition. It's a dream come true because we can't do this in isolation. We all have to partner, we have to support ourselves individually and our organizations. So I'm very grateful that this meeting is ending in a very good note. And I hope that whatever we've learned from here, we are going to take it back to our respective countries. Madam Vera, our next stop is going to be in Ghana. So we will let you know when we are coming to Ghana. Mr. Paul, we also hope that you'll be there to host us. And finally, to our chairman. He said that your team will be coming to Ghana. I know what it means. So, straight to Ghana. You know what chairman can do? It's not going to be the first time he'll be doing that. So, I'm also at home in Ghana, courtesy of chairman. So, I'll be there also to receive everyone. So, thank you very much. Thank you, my sister. And I can't thank you enough. You really helped us. We started from months back before we got to this point. You made it possible for us.
I appreciate you. I appreciate your team here in Sierra Leone. You everything. The Honorable Minister is not here, but I'm sending our gratitude through you to her. She showed us what it means to come from the civil society to, transform to a leader or someone in government. So she brought in her time, her expertise, and everything to support this meeting. So individually, everyone, I don't have to mention her names, I'm very grateful. My sister, thank you. Yes, on a very short notice, you gave us your time. We had a private meeting with her today. She needed some clarifications, and we were able to achieve that with her. So you understand better the work we do. Someone talked about the young women here in Sierra Leone. We also have our young women in politics for Israel. So unfortunately, my sister Bernadette Bernadette Lahai is out of the country, and our boss lady. They would have all been here to support what we are doing. Marcella is the boss lady. The new one in Syria, we all know boss lady Marcella. Yes. So some other time I hope they will be here to be part of what we are doing. So finally, my sisters from Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, unfortunately, our sister from DRC couldn't make this trip. We tried everything possible to drag her here, but I mean, I don't know how traveling within Africa. Yes, yes, within Africa, we couldn't get until bring her. Because really because we're going to share whatever we have, and it's going to be part of the connection. But let me thank my dearest sister for her resilience, for her courage, and for not allowing disability to define her. We'll have an opportunity to bring you to Nigeria because you need to share. Let other people do that. We have very strong women like you also in Nigeria. We have Loisa Alta, we have Angelina. There are so many of them. Yes, Jerry. Yes. So it would be nice for you to also meet with them. So for this coalition, please, let's be deliberate about it. Let's be intentional. We can change the narrative in West Africa. It's actually West and Central Africa because our project is on West and Central Africa. So we are going to get all those people involved. Mr. Paul is here. Mr. Paul, first thing you can do for us is to make us members of the Webinars network. Yes.
The gender platform is there for you to host it.
Yes. So we've already taken a step. You can proudly say that we are members of Webinars network. So I'm very grateful, and I hope that we'll meet again. And then for the research team, we don't get research team. We want to appreciate you most sincerely. Teaching, very grateful, very grateful to you. Yes. What's that sister? Oh, yes. From Sierra Leone. And Faith. And Miss Faith. No, Miss Faith, her own is coming. Okay. And then our lead consultant, Mr. Austin, and someone is not here for me to give him his own yes, flower. I want to appreciate him because within a very short time, few days, was it even up to 2 days? Two. So he was able to come up with the drafts. And for the WIPF team, yeah. Well, behalf of everyone there, I want to appreciate you. I want to appreciate Dr. Chinyere. Dr. Chinyere should be preparing for her what's it called?
Housemanship?
No, not housemanship. Sure, what's that? Okay. Well, she's here with us today. Miss Tons, our communications person, thank you. And finally to Miss Faith. I don't know what to call Miss Faith.
Most valuable
Miss Faith is coordinating the young women in politics in Nigeria.
Wow.
Miss Faith is our program officer.
Wow.
Miss Faith is everything. She's been
West Africa one.
yes, no problem. So Miss Faith, thank you. Thank you. Miss Faith came back from Taiwan on Monday. And by Tuesday, she started heading down to this place. She's not rested. So Miss Faith, by the time we get back to Nigeria, you will have a long time to rest. The topics will give you to rest. So we're preparing for
After the report writing.
important for us. Have some, let's have some days.
After the
Have a group photo to close this session.
This thing, you have to come up so people can stand behind.
Some days outside. Are we doing it?
You can go out.
And then you have to move this.
Yeah, since we're already close now, move it, and then we'll use this one. Yeah. So
Okay.
That